A couple of things before we get back to the evidence. Just a quick reminder about your telephones, mobile phones, etc. Silent for us. In terms of timetabling, was there an update to the timetable sent to Mrs. Kerr? Has that happened? Oh, thank you. Is there one available now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for doing that.
I hadn't actually seen it, but yes.
Beyond my skills. If it's a copy I can have now. Thank you very much. In terms of today, we have to hopefully complete the evidence of Ms. Waldron, and then, if time allows, embark on Mr. McMeekin. I think that's where we were up to. Anything else before we start on today's proceedings?
So just to refine that timetable, I can say that if the answers were to be short from Ms. Waldron, I would hope to complete her by lunchtime. If they're not, then I would hope to complete by the end of the day.
Thank you.
There's an incentive.
Presumably they'll be as long as they need to be and no longer. Okay. Anything for Mr. Thompson?
No, thank you, sir.
And anybody else? Good, thank you. In that case, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Waldron, good morning to you. Firstly, can I confirm whether you had any involvement in the workshops that we heard about yesterday from Mr. Leslie?
I didn't have any involvement in the workshops where Mr. Leslie was attending, the earlier workshops, no.
Thank you. And your first involvement then related to the actual applications, is that correct?
That's correct. The pre-application process started, and one of the earliest meetings I attended was the Architecture Design Scotland workshop, the first one.
Thank you. Now, do you agree that professional judgment, of course, is important, particularly in relation to the areas that you're talking about? Do we agree that?
Yes.
But that must be based on, firstly, proper research. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And a proper understanding of the issues.
Absolutely. The baselines that are created are what the assessors use to assess the applications.
So can we agree, very simply, Ms. Waldron, that it must be based on a proper understanding?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you accept that our witnesses have carried out proper research into the matters that are relevant?
There has been a lot of research, and the balance of research, looking at it from a landscape architectural point of view, doesn't, in my opinion, create the balance that I would be looking for. For example, the baselines of the setting assessments and some of the baselines of the townscape assessments, I feel, lack a certain depth, whether that was because the research was undertaken but the weight given to those issues was not sufficient that they appeared in the baseline, or whether that was that they were missing from the baseline, I'm not sure. But the baselines did have certain omissions that I felt were very important.
Well, Ms. Waldron, the question I hoped was a very simple one. Do you accept that our witnesses have carried out proper research? A simple yes or no would suffice for my purposes. We haven't yet got on to the judgments that they've made, but the question is proper research.
Not fully.
Thank you. Do you agree that the witnesses have a proper understanding of all relevant issues, or do you question that as well?
It depends on the witness. You mean as a group of witnesses or individually?
Well, whichever you prefer, whichever is the easiest answer for you to give.
From my professional perspective, I would say it's very clear that Mr. Wright has a great in-depth understanding of the building. Mr. Rankin had a good understanding of the landscape that perhaps wasn't informed in the way I would have liked to have for him to have been informed by the historic research. And that has come through in Mr. Lowry's paper. Hannah Tweedy's research, there was a good understanding of certain aspects, and a lot of information came through her assessments. But I didn't feel that her understanding was complete enough to undertake a setting assessment. I felt it should have been done in a multidisciplinary situation with the landscape architect as well as the historic information.
And you, of course, were not at any of the workshops when such things may have been discussed.
The first workshop I attended, there was no landscape architect present from the design team. I thought that was an omission. There was no landscape architect on the design panel from ANDS. I thought that was an omission, and I made my views very clear at the time that there should be a landscape professional on the team. At the second ANDS workshop, there was an observer landscape architect, and Chris Rankin had been appointed. So whether or not the landscape issues were fully covered in the initial workshops, I don't know. I wasn't there. But there wasn't a landscape architect on the team.
Well, we may be at cross purposes, Ms Waldron. The simple point I put to you was this, that in relation to the series of workshops that Mr Leslie attended and told us about yesterday, you were not there.
No, I was...
And therefore, you... Please let me finish. Therefore, you don't actually know what happened, do you?
I was briefed by Anna Grant and I was briefed by Jenny Bruce.
Can you tell us how many landscape and visual assessments you yourself have carried out?
My first visual assessment that I carried out was back in 1996, which was a visual and landscape character assessment for an IKEA on the M8 motorway, undertaken with the judgments and guidance of Carol Anderson. In that department, in that time of my life, yes, so there was that. And I was the client and therefore undertook quite a lot of field work for a project that ran from Tower Bridge to Tilbury Fort, covering 13 boroughs in London. I wrote with a colleague the brief, and I assessed all the information, having long conversations with some very gifted landscape architects who worked in London. So I was very closely attached to that particular landscape and visual assessment, which was a river landscape character assessment, looking at the character of the River Thames and how that influenced the hinterland and how that could ultimately allow for development, place the setting of listed buildings, how to improve the setting around those buildings, how to enhance the connections between the setting of the listed buildings and the Thames, how to bring forward policy that would drive forward 13 different local plans or borough plans so that there was a holistic understanding of the character assessment and the visual assessment around in that area. So that was a particular project. There are others, but that one...
The question was how many?
Oh, I see.
I'm just slightly concerned.
It's a very simple question, Ms Waldron.
Oh, gosh, I don't know how many I have done in my head. I would have to think back through every different job that I have taken and whether or not I did a visual and character assessment. In the council itself, I've undertaken maybe for the actual projects about 3 or 2. I've assessed, obviously, many. Before I joined the council, which was 12 years ago, there was quite a few. But I can't give you a number of how many, because that would be inaccurate.
Let's try and speed up the process. The question was a terribly simple one, and in hearing about Tower Bridge. The question was, how many have you carried out? As I understand it, the answer is you carried out 1 for IKEA, you were the client for 1 in Tower Bridge, and you may have carried out 3, possibly 2, reviewed for the council. So can we just be clear? How many have you actually carried out yourself?
Just that one as well. I'm having to go back through my career.
Just very
very roughly,
broadly.
I would say 5 or 6.
5 or 6 in total, over a period of 30 years. Is that correct?
That is correct. I moved into the client role quite quickly.
Yes. How many townscape assessments have you carried out?
Well, that one in Tower Bridge was a townscape assessment.
That one in Tower Bridge, you were the client. How many have you yourself carried out, Miss Waldron?
That I have carried out a townscape assessment. in
How many have
19.
you carried out?
I would say one.
Right, one.
But that's partly because obviously the guidance has changed into how you carry out townscape assessments.
Well, I'm not answering the reason, I'm just asking the numbers. How many heritage impact assessments have you yourself carried out?
I'm not qualified to carry out a heritage impact assessment.
Thank you. Right. And on how many occasions have you drafted or assisted drafting guidance for SNH or the Landscape Institute? How many occasions?
I'm the Landscape Institute's representative for sustainable urban drainage, and I have therefore attended the national meetings, and I have therefore added to the guidance. I'm just trying to answer your question. Guidance is produced from that group. That is the SUDS Working Party group, the National SUDS Working Party group. And we assess, we work with different people to produce guidance on how you design sustainable urban drainage systems.
So you have had some involvement in relation to guidance for drainage issues, is that correct?
That is correct. I'm just thinking about the other part of your question, which was SNH guidance. SNH. I obviously have worked for part of my career in London, so I wouldn't be helping with SNH when I was working in London. That would be the Environment Agency. Did I partake in guidance for the Environment Agency? I did write certain aspects. I'm now trying to think about that very carefully. We produced guidance for developers in the Environment Agency. So we produced guidance in our team. Oh, no, that's not SNH. Or the environment. No, I think that's it.
So, is the answer to the question in relation to SNH and the Landscape Institute, you have not been involved with any relevant guidance insofar as the matters that are under consideration here at this inquiry, because we're not interested in drainage?
Well, we do have an issue with this development, which is why it's conditioned. The sustainable urban drainage of this development goes into an underground tank, and you'll find there's a condition in the 2015 application because it was not clear whether the underground tank actually hit the listed building structures. So that's why that's conditioned. So it is considered in every project.
Are you seriously suggesting, Ms Waldron, that drainage is an important issue that we are having consideration of at this inquiry?
Not particularly this inquiry, but we're looking at everything to do with the planning application and the conditions. And one of the conditions the Council has felt necessary to put on the application in 2015 is the sustainable urban drainage condition. So we're not looking at it in detail because it is conditioned. But one should never forget drainage issues. They're very important.
The other thing that we mustn't forget, Ms Waldron, is that we're trying to make progress at this inquiry. Could I ask you to bear that in mind? Now, could we look, please, at 220 of your proof? And all my references will be to your main document, not your precognition, your inquiry report, sorry. Now, at 220, you say this is not an historic landscape of change. Do you accept that that is an error because there has indeed been change on this landscape at Carlton Hill?
I accept that I wrote that poorly. What I should have said is that this landscape displays historic characteristics that are particularly, I can't think of a word, are particularly within a set period of time. What I was trying to explain, perhaps rather poorly with my use of words, was that it's very unusual to have a landscape where the majority of the elements are from one particular period of time that hasn't been damaged. So all the monuments, apart from obviously have been virtually untouched or unchanged substantially in the views and what you see from a very short period of time. And that's what I was trying to express, obviously not particularly well.
Ms Waldron, do you accept that that sentence is simply wrong A simple yes or no will suffice for my
yes,
purposes.
Okay, it's wrong. It's
Thank
badly
you.
written.
Right. Can we agree the best thing to do is simply to delete it because it's wrong?
No, because the landscape itself expresses historic characteristics. So it would need to be rewritten in such a way that the historic characteristics the landscape expresses are characteristics that are contained within a limited time frame. That might be a better way of putting it.
Yeah, that may indeed be, but the first thing we'd have to do is delete what you've written because it's wrong. Then we'd have to consider what it should have been. So
Okay,
can we
that's
agree
fine.
the first thing we should do is to delete that sentence?
Yes, fine. That's
Thank
fine.
you.
Delete it.
Now, we look also at 10.15 of your recognition, where you're talking about reversibility. Now, I assume that you've got no particular qualifications or expertise in prime real estate in central Edinburgh.
No, I referred, as I say, we work in the team in the council, so when I come across something that is beyond my expertise, I will refer that matter to a manager, and I referred this matter to a manager, and he helped me with the wording of that sentence.
Yeah, that may be the case, Ms Waldron, but do you there reflect who actually owns the property? Have you taken that into account, or do you reflect that in this paragraph?
I don't reflect the fact that Edinburgh City Council owns the property.
And it would be pretty obvious that the owner of a property can seek to demolish it if it sees fit.
I don't think Edinburgh City Council, given the financial constraints they were under, would ever be able to demolish it if it was built.
Ms Waldron, please, let's try and make time. Would it be possible for a landowner of a property to try to seek to demolish a property if it sees fit? Again, a simple yes or no will suffice.
No, because it would go through committee, and the committee wouldn't feel that that is the best use of public money. I'm not an expert in this area, but I would have to say that I'm not an expert in this area. I can't answer the question.
But you're an expert enough to be able to tell us what the committee are going to determine, are you?
No, I'm saying that given the financial situation the City Council has been in for many years, of which we are all aware, especially the people who work in the council, the possibility that the City Council would knock down buildings that could generate a rent, just a purely personal opinion, not obviously judged through a committee, would be very unlikely. But as I'm not able to answer that question because I'm not on any of the committees.
That is a simple point, isn't it? You can't answer the question because you don't know.
I can't answer the question.
Thank you. Let's, if we can, go to the start of your proof at the top of the second page, where you refer to Section 64 of the Act and preservation of the building and features of special architectural and historic interest. Now, insofar as the main Hamilton building is concerned, do you accept that that is precisely what we are endeavouring to do?
What you're endeavouring to do, yes.
Thank you. And insofar as you refer to LDP policy at 1.9 and refer to poor quality and inappropriate design, can we agree that this is not an example of poor quality or inappropriate design insofar as the architecture is concerned? We'll deal with height, scale and massing subsequently. Ms Waldron.
I don't think you can separate architecture without considering height, scale and mass. Architectural design is the complete package. So I would not be able to consider, if you had asked me the question architectural detailing, then I would say that I would agree.
Well, let's then see if we can agree about something. Let's put the question that way. If it's architectural detailing and use of materials, that is actually an advantage of the proposal, is it not?
I know that is the opinion of the Council and that is the advice you've been given. From my professional opinion, there are risks with the architectural detailing and the use of glass.
Well, do you agree or disagree with the view of your own council?
on balance, they take the view that this is a good architectural detailing, and therefore I follow that view, but I'm just putting in a hesitance that glass buildings aren't necessarily an answer to everything.
Well, are you prepared to accept the view of your own council or not, Ms Waldron?
Well, yes, of course.
No, well, it's not, of course. You may disagree with your own council. You're perfectly entitled to do that professionally. But do you agree with the council about this matter, or do you not? Or do you not know?
I took advice from my architectural colleague on this one.
I'm asking for your own professional advice. I don't want somebody else's related to us.
My own personal professional advice, which is a personal opinion, is that the buildings remind me of the gas towers in Glasgow. So I don't personally like the design, but that's a personal opinion. And also they remind me of what I saw on the television 2 nights ago, which was a film which I watched for 10 minutes. And there in front of me, when the sci-fi film, was The West Wing. And I thought, that's very interesting. I don't personally like the design.
And to what extent do you think that has influenced your professional judgment, Ms Waldron?
I don't think it has influenced the judgment because I'm not looking at the design details in such. I'm looking at whether or not the designs are suitable in terms of the mass, the scale and the height.
Well, we'll turn to that, as I said, in a moment. Policy LDP 3, paragraph 110. Can we agree that the features have indeed been identified by our team and incorporated and enhanced so far as possible? And I'm referring, of course, to the main Hamilton building.
Features. I agree the features have been identified, yes.
Well, that wasn't...
Oh, hang on. On the site, yes, but adjacent to the site, no.
Ms Waldron, you completely lost me. My question was a simple one. Insofar as the main Hamilton building is concerned, do you accept that the relevant features have been identified and incorporated and enhanced?
I'm actually not qualified to answer that question. It would be better put to Mr McMeekan.
Fine, thank you. Can you accept that there are obvious advantages in reusing the main building and restoring it in the way that we intend, or do you say that's a question for another witness?
I would say that's a question for the planning officer, who takes a balanced judgment.
You can't see the advantages of reusing the building. You couldn't accept that was an advantage, Ms Waldron.
I can see an advantage of bringing any building back into reuse.
Thank you.
I would say that is the judgment comes from the planning officer because it's a balanced judgment.
Yes, and in every balancing exercise there are advantages and disadvantages. I simply put to you that one obvious advantage is getting this building back into reuse and restoring it. That must be an advantage, surely.
It is an advantage, yes.
Thank you. Right, let's see. I've got a series of points here, Ms Waldron, which at the time I thought would be pretty straightforward and we'd be able to reach rapid agreement. I have to say now I'm not so sure, but I'm going to try anyway, Ms Waldron. So far as the viewpoints are concerned, they were agreed with your council and possibly even with you, is that correct?
Yes, Chris Rankin and I had many meetings and we agreed the viewpoints with Mrs Horner, who's the architect at the council, and Mrs Parks.
Okay, so the simple answer is yes. And subsequently, you or the council came back and asked for more viewpoints, is that correct?
Absolutely. Every planning application needs to be considered in its own merit. And the planning, obviously, the buildings had moved and there were certain photographs that required to be altered to take into account the new position of the buildings.
Ms Waldron, let me assure you there's no trick in these particular questions. I'm just trying to establish the baseline here. So the simple fact is you did agree the original viewpoints and then you asked for some more, all of which were provided.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Can we also agree, hopefully very simply, that visualisations are just that? They are an aid to determination and no more than that.
Yes, they're a tool for the assessor.
Thank you. And in the appropriate hands of an experienced professional, they should give appropriate assistance.
Yes, they should.
Can we agree that those that you instructed to review the visualisations concluded that they were a fair representation?
You're referring to the Atkins report?
I'm referring to what you say in your report about the Atkins report.
Sorry, which paragraph is that?
4.9. Bottom of the page.
Yes, I can see that.
Fair overall representation.
Yes.
Can we agree that photographs and visualisations are, as you say, at 5.10, simply reflect the position at a moment in time?
Yes.
Can we agree that the landscape is inspired?
Did you say inspired?
Well, I'm merely quoting you in your report. I hope we could have agreed about that, Ms Waldron.
Where did I say that?
Seven 1, line 2.
Right, so you're referring to the modern frame of the landscape-inspired buildings. Well, that's what my understanding was when there was discussions amongst the architects. And also it says that in the DAS statements.
So can we agree that that is the position? There's no trick in this. I'm just trying to establish a few matters.
Well, I think they think it's landscape-inspired.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Can we agree that the development will be recessive to some extent?
That's a difficult one to agree, because you said to some extent, and it's the extent that's the important bit. The mass and the scale and the height will always remove the views to the hill. In that case, it will alter the view. Recessive, I can see that in some of the photo montages it does appear to be recessive. In certain days, on certain atmospheric conditions, it will appear recessive, yes, but it's the extent that's the important bit.
Well, I was trying to take the matter very briefly, Ms Waldron, because is that not precisely what you say at 5.4?
Probably. That's what I've probably explained it again.
So could we not simply agree that the development will be recessive to some extent, because that's what you told us in evidence?
Yes, it is. Obviously, and that's exactly what I've repeated, to some extent.
Can we agree that the materials have been chosen to blend in with the background and landscape?
I don't think I used the word blend in. I said the specific choice of materials has been made in order to reduce the potential impact that would have arisen if a brighter material had been used. The word blend comes from Miss Tweedy's descriptions from her setting assessment.
Yes, and you reflected at 5.1 of your proof of evidence, and I rather thought that you agreed with that. Am I correct about that, or am I wrong?
No, I'm wrong. I'm quoting from the ES. That's what I'm saying the problem is. I'm quoting from the ES. Distant views have been described in the ES, which is Miss Tweedy's. It states the copper cladding of the proposed new wings has been specifically chosen to blend with the hill and would not be dominant in the views. This indicates it would generally be difficult to distinguish in the building from the background of the views. And then I go on to say, well, I note that the landscape inspired the design of the new proposal, I'm sure this is an over-optimistic view that the buildings will generally be difficult to distinguish it from the background. So I'm not agreeing with that. I'm actually pointing out that it might be a little bit of an over-optimistic view.
What you actually go on to say is this might be the case occasionally. So you do agree with it, surely?
As I said, occasionally.
Yeah.
I mean, we might be talking...
But you cannot accept that the buildings will disappear. Now, has anybody ever suggested the buildings will disappear, Ms Waldron? That would be utterly impossible, wouldn't it?
Again, I apologise for my use of words. I'm not a words person. Or maybe I think I should have been more careful with my words. I'm not a lawyer. My words should have read something slightly different, and I apologise. That is, you are correct.
Well, can we agree that what is written there is incorrect and perhaps would best, again, be deleted?
Yes, you can delete that.
Do we agree that the curves of the building reflect the crags? Ms Waldron, to save time, have you not written that, these very words, in your proof of evidence? I was really hoping there was nothing controversial about this, because that's precisely what you say in your evidence.
Which paragraph is that one?
5.5, lines 2 and 3.
Yes, I did say that in the evidence, and yes, it does reflect.
So do you agree with
curves.
that now?
Yes, yes, I do agree. I was
Good,
just wanting
thank you.
to read it in context.
Thank you. Now, so far as lighting is concerned, you have 2 or 3 paragraphs directed to lighting at 512 and 514.
Yes, you can see them.
Now, I'm not turning to the document at the moment, but were you involved in the Preservation Trust scheme?
The music school scheme? Well, yes, I was. Yes. Yes. Yes, I was. I was involved in
similar issues. Sorry, apologies. Did similar issues in relation to lighting arise and have to be considered?
There wasn't such a discussion about the issues to do with lighting because the buildings are far lower, and therefore the issue of them lighting up the hillside wasn't as wasn't discussed in the same way.
In any event, was the issue of lighting in the trust scheme an issue for discussion to a greater or lesser extent?
I would say it must have been to a lesser extent because I can't recall a tremendous amount of conversation about it.
Well, do you recall this, that the issue of lighting in that case is being controlled by an appropriate condition or number of conditions? Do you remember that, Miss Waldron? That's how the matter was dealt with there.
Right, that would be the case officer who would have dealt with that issue.
So if there was an issue with the trust scheme, a condition or conditions was deemed to be appropriate. Do you know that?
I didn't know that, actually. Well, I can't recall it. I presume it came out of a conversation that I had had with the case officer, and then it was obviously assessed and thought about and put down as a condition. But I have no memory of helping her write the condition, and I have no memory of that direct issue. So sorry, I can't help you on that.
Right. Have you been involved with the proposed development now underway at the very apex of Carlton Hill that I discussed yesterday with Mr. Leslie?
I was involved at the latter stages of that development, yes.
And therefore you'll be aware that there's a modern architecturally designed building with lots of glass on the very summit of the hill, and one of the issues for consideration there was lighting and the fact that it might be seen for many miles around. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I put forward my view, and it, conjoined with another colleague, we had the issue looked at very carefully, and it was a managerial decision that took that development forward.
And what was your professional judgment about that matter then, Ms Waldron?
My professional judgment was there was a significant adverse impact on one of the views. And
did you therefore think that there should be a refusal?
No, I put forward my professional view as I'd always do, and at this time it had gone into the management system because it was an issue, and it had been moved from the case officer, and the managers took a balanced decision, and they took my view into consideration.
And does it follow that having taken your view into consideration, it was in effect overruled?
Yes, I knew you'd say that.
Well, it's pretty obvious, isn't it, Ms.
Yes.
Waldron? Yeah. And in relation to the lighting issue, which was a live issue for the top of the hill, was that also controlled by condition as well?
I'm not aware of that. My main thrust was that even without the lighting, there was an issue about the impact on the view, and I made those comments clear.
And taking a balanced decision, those who were in charge of making the recommendation and decision took a view that no doubt your opinion was a valued one, but they simply weren't going to follow it, were they?
That's correct.
Now, in relation to the assessments by Mr. Van Grieken, you agree with many, but not all of his assessments. Is that so?
That's correct, yes.
And if the issue of reversibility is decided by the reporters and ministers in the way that we argue for it, that means that you would agree with them in many more assessments about significance or otherwise. Is that correct? Because a number of your disagreements relate to the issue of reversibility. I'm just trying to keep this at a high level at the moment. I'm not wanting to get into the detail just yet, but as a matter of fact, many of these judgments turn on the issue of reversibility.
I'm not sure. I would have to check his assessment.
Well, it's actually in your proof, Ms. Waldron, that the matter is set out, where you list a series of viewpoints that, due to your opinion on reversibility, you disagree with them on significance. Surely it's not too difficult to agree that.
No, that was a disagreement with Chris Rankin's assessment of reversibility at moderate. But I'm not, my memory of reversibility, I'm not sure what Mark's view on that is. I can't remember. So the reversibility issue, which we discussed with Chris Rankin and Mike Wood at the meeting between 2015 and 2017, we asked them to produce that to high because it's also in the GLVIA 3 document, which is obviously the guidance document, that things like housings that are very difficult to reverse once you've privatised airspace should be considered high in an assessment. I'm not sure, just looking at Mark's report now, I'm not sure if he actually states about reversibility.
Well, let me take you to your report just to save time, Ms. Waldron. If we look as but one example, paragraph 1111, line 3, you say this: if it is accepted that it's unlikely to be reversible, there'll be a higher score, creating a significant effect. I've read the sentence short, but is that not your evidence to this inquiry?
Yes, I was referring to Chris Rankin's. Sorry, what was the number? Paragraph 11?
Page 27, paragraph 1111, line 3.
1193. Okay. I was referring directly to Chris Rankin's report, as opposed to Mark Van Grieken's report.
Right. Well, let's not quibble about that, Ms. Waldron. It's not the simple fact that if you're wrong about reversibility, then there will be a greater agreement in relation to the significant effects.
I'm not sure, because I haven't got a breakdown of how Mark has looked at reversibility as an issue, and it's one issue that's part of the assessment. And in Chris Rankin's work, you can very clearly see on his tables that reversibility shows in 2015 as medium, whereas it shows in 2017 as high. And that high score is considered with two other scores that then together create another value, which then together with another value creates the significance. So you can't pull out reversibility in Mark's work without knowing the complete breakdown of how he came to his decisions.
Let me just try this, Ms. Waldron, and see if we can make progress. You say this: if it is accepted that it is unlikely to be reversible, then this would give a higher score in the reversibility box, which would be likely to create a significant effect. Does it not follow pretty logically that if you're wrong about reversibility, then the effect will remain less than significant?
No, because significance is made up of two issues, magnitude and sensitivity. And if we look, it would be clearer if we looked at Chris Rankin's tables that show how he comes to significance, then you'll see that reversibility is a relatively small issue, and you have to balance all issues. So I'll just get them for you.
I have no need to go to these, Ms. Waldron, at this stage. You can be taken to them in re-examination. I'm simply trying to establish... Sorry, is there some communication going on across the room? Because I sincerely hope not.
All I was going to say, I was hoping not to interject, but all I was going to say, Mr. Steele, is if the witness wants to take you to answer a question to a document, I think you might want to show her the courtesy of letting her go there.
Did you want to say anything, Mr. Thompson?
Thanks, Dan.
So this is Mr. Thompson's witness. If I'm doing anything incorrect, Mr. Thompson, who's very considerable experience and expertise, will interject.
Okay, sorry, I have a clear answer now, actually, because I have the table in
Ms.
front of me.
Waldron, I don't wish to go there. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
I'm quite happy with that. I've got a note of where you've referred to, and as you say, as Mr. Steele says, you can be taken there if necessary in re-examination.
Okay, fine.
Now, Ms. Waldron, can we agree that there's no physical alteration to the vegetation on Carlton Hill as a result of these proposals?
No, the trees which are part of Carlton Hill to the front of the development on the east side, so next to Regent's Terrace, there will be a loss in 2015 and 2017. And if you look at the tree removal drawing that Chris Rankin's produced, he has a table which shows the percentage loss of the trees. And when you cut trees back, even by a quarter or a third, that increases the risk of wind throw because the tree is unbalanced, and also the risk of disease. So there will be possible loss of vegetation on the hill as a whole.
Well, Ms. Waldron, my question was a precise one. There is no physical alteration to the vegetation on Carlton Hill itself, is there?
Well, there is, because those trees which are on next to Regent Road are on my definition of Carlton Hill.
Do they feature within or out with the Carlton Hill plan for management?
They're out with the Carlton Hill plan for management, but the plan for management is only the vegetation that is available to the council to maintain. So vegetation on the hill, Carlton Hill, has to be taken as the full Carlton Hill, which includes areas beyond the Carlton Hill management plan.
Well, let's try this another way then and see if we can make progress. Insofar as the vegetation reflected within the Carlton Hill management plan area is concerned, there will be no physical alteration, will there?
No. No, because it's out with the site.
Thank you. Now, do you agree that removing two of the buildings that exist in the site will improve the setting, or is that a matter for a subsequent witness?
That's a matter for Mr. McKeegan.
And do you agree that the new building or new buildings will frame the view of the Hamilton building?
They will frame it, but I don't think that's a good idea.
Thank you. Now, can we turn, please, to document 383.
I have the document.
Now, I assume that you've seen this document before and are familiar with it.
I have seen this document and I'm familiar with it.
And this represents the advice given by the City of Edinburgh Council Planning Department to my clients, or at least some of the advice given. Is that correct?
This represents some of the advice given, correct?
And in particular, this gives advice as to the suitability of the eastern area for redevelopment, does it not?
It does.
And can we agree that this shows redevelopment is suitable right up to the east boundary of the site?
It seems to show that, yes. But I don't agree that, but I mean, it seems to show it, yes.
Sorry?
The diagram shows that, yes. But
you.
we can't agree it because I don't agree it.
Well, we're coming to that later, Ms Waldron. Have absolutely no fear at all. The other thing that was represented by the Planning Department is that development was appropriate right up to the southern boundary of the eastern section.
Yes, with a caveat that it says avoid damage to trees out with the site by setting the building back from the canopy.
Indeed. But if one looks at this diagram, it goes right up to, or very close indeed, to the southern boundary.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. And can we also agree that it goes to the northern boundary, right across the northern retaining wall and across the Belvedere?
Doesn't seem to cross the Belvedere, but it goes up to looks like the Belvedere is just behind it, but it goes up to the retaining wall.
Sorry, that's my poor English. It goes across the front of the Belvedere, virtually touching it.
Yes.
I wasn't trying to suggest to you that this proposed demolition of the Belvedere, Ms Waldron, simply that it went across the front of it. And it also gives a very clear indication about the format of building by tiers, does it not?
It does, yes.
And it also gives a reasonable indication of heights, does it not?
It does, yes.
Now, you were here yesterday, I think.
That's correct, yes.
And you heard the evidence of your director,
I did, yes.
Mr. Leslie,
Yes.
where he agreed that, broadly speaking, we were consistent with that advice. Did he not?
Yes, but then in re-examination, it was pointed out that the first paragraph is incredibly important in this document. It's the volume, particularly volumetric information, is not intended to illustrate a form that can be filled. Rather, its intention is to show a physical envelope in which designs can emerge. So therefore, and this was my professional advice to the managers producing this document, I thought it was very high risk to put down anything on paper that might ultimately be used by the developers to develop an argument that they could fill this space, which is obviously what's happening. Because if you notice, that first paragraph is very clear that it's not the whole space that is to be filled.
Do I take it that you had input into this document, Ms Waldron?
I did have input, yes.
And was your advice followed or rejected?
It was followed in terms of, if you look at all the landscape area and the issues about the trees, and a lot of the words were followed, but the one piece of advice that was not followed was that I thought it was very high risk to give this to the developer. My advice was to give the written section and not necessarily the final diagrams for fear of it coming back.
So that advice was rejected?
Yes, it was.
And that advice was rejected because presumably people thought it appropriate actually to be helpful and positive in this process rather than anything else.
I think what happened was that we had hit a deadlock and there was a feeling that something else needed to move, and we needed to bend much, and we needed to try and release the deadlock. And these pieces of paper were intended as a discussion to shift this position that we were in.
And does it follow, therefore, that you accepted at this time the suitability of the eastern area for appropriate development?
Appropriate development, yes.
And that was reflected within this document in the way that we see it in the diagrams?
I have to caveat that. The eastern area I thought was appropriate development. There was a lot of discussion about that. But the form and the shape and how that would be, it could affect the building in such a way that I thought you should be very careful, one should be very careful about how that was expressed.
And the fact of the matter, Ms Waldron, is this, that we have not filled that entire area, but have largely developed, proposed a development within it. Is that not fair?
Well, the development obviously attaches itself to the building, so it doesn't exactly follow this anyway. It actually moves and develops and comes into the back of the building.
Ms Waldron, that's a separate point. Insofar as the precise area is concerned, we have not filled that entire area at all, have we?
I can see that the top blue area, that doesn't have the jut because obviously the shape of your building is different to the shape of that building. I don't have the volumetric measurements between your building and this building, so I wouldn't be confident to give you that answer.
Right, well, let's try and assist you. Do we build hard up against the north retaining wall, or sorry, do we intend to build hard up against the north retaining wall or the Belvedere? Or do
No,
we
you don't.
Right, so we haven't filled this area to that extent, have we?
You haven't filled the back area of the Belvedere and the retaining wall, correct?
And how far is the standoff?
Oh, I'd have to get a plan to look at that. I don't know the standoff.
Well, let's not waste time getting a plan. It's several metres, is it not?
If you say so. Yes?
Well, don't take it from me. Do you not know that it is several metres, the standoff distance?
Considering that I have seen the photographs, I can guess that that does sound very reasonable.
I assume you've been on site, have you?
Yes, I have.
And insofar as the eastern boundary is concerned, we are at some distance back from the eastern boundary, are we not?
Yes, you have pulled back from the eastern boundary. You're
And
not
indeed,
on it.
Sorry?
You're not on it like this diagram.
No. And so far as the southern boundary is concerned, we are some distance back from the southern boundary as well, are we not?
Well, both applications damaged the canopy of the trees, so you're not very far back from them.
Well, I understand you're keen to get these points in, Ms Waldron, but my question was a simple one. Are we some distance back from the southern boundary? Yes or no will suffice.
Well, you have to be a little bit back from it because the trees overhang it.
How far back from it are we?
I don't know. I'd have to look at a plan.
So is it accurate to say, therefore, that we have not indeed filled the entire area shown in this plan, but something rather less, for reasons which we have explained fully in evidence?
Well, no, because I haven't got the volumetric. It's a three-dimensional plan. So what we've been looking at is the base, the floor. You've been looking at the ground levels. So at ground level, you pull back from this plan. But I don't have an understanding of the volumetric levels, the volume of the shape of the plan there, and I don't have an understanding of the volume of your building.
Let's
so
just
I
take
can't
it very simply so I
confer
can
that.
try to understand this, Ms Waldron. So far as the plan is concerned and the ground floor plan, can we agree that we have pulled back from the extremities of development shown here?
From the ground floor plan, yes, but that's not the important bit. The important bit is
just
the
a
volume.
stage at a time. Please just treat me gently, Ms Waldron, just so I can understand this, please. So far as the ground floor plan is concerned, is the answer yes?
Yes.
So far as the height is concerned, which is the blue area, we are within a couple of metres of that height, are we not?
You're above the level of the gymnasium. This diagram says at the front that this should not rise above the level of the gymnasium. So all the volume of space that you're taking up above that level is greater than this diagram.
Well, Ms Waldron, my question again really was a very simple one. I understand exactly what you're trying to do, but could I just put my question again? So far as the height is concerned, we are within a couple of metres or so of the height shown in dark blue there, are we not?
A couple of metres in height, possibly.
So is the answer yes?
Yes.
Thank you. And that was decided by your planning department as being an appropriate location for a development and an appropriate footprint within which development could be proposed and would be acceptable.
Footprint, yes. Location, yes.
Okay. Now,
sorry to interrupt, Mr. Steele. I just want to make sure I've understood that properly. Within a couple of metres of height.
No, I didn't agree to the height.
No, but did you mean that it was within the height limit or within 2 metres above it?
No, their application for the development is higher than this.
By no more than a couple of metres.
By a couple of metres, but
okay.
That couple of metres makes a huge difference.
Well, yeah, I'm just understanding the answer.
Ms. Waldron, we're just trying to get the basics at the moment. I know exactly what you're very, very keen to do. But just again, treat me very gently, just so I can follow this. We are within a couple of metres of the height shown here.
Correct.
And that was approved by your department, including you as a consultee, for the purposes of issuing to the developers to give them assistance, was it not?
It was pre-planning advice, and it was not approved by anybody but the immediate managers in the department.
And you have heard the evidence of your director, Mr. Leslie, that broadly speaking, we are consistent with that advice in relation to the East Wing. Do you agree or disagree with him?
Broadly speaking, we are you are consistent.
Does it therefore follow that we have followed the advice given to us in relation, broadly of course, to the East Wing?
Well, no, because the initiatives very clearly says ensure the building is not higher than the gymnasium building, and your building is higher than the gymnasium building. So it's not broadly.
Ms. Waldron, you just agreed a moment or two ago with the evidence given yesterday by Mr. Leslie that, broadly speaking, we were consistent with the advice given. Is that not correct?
I think it lies in the definition of broadly, because if you say broadly speaking, I don't know the Oxford Dictionary definition of the word broadly, but I do know that what you've got in front of you is your proposals do not follow fully the advice that you were given.
And that is because of the issue of 2 metres, is that correct?
And the damage to the trees, the height of the gymnasium. I haven't actually looked at the others. I could go down.
The height of the gymnasium is not a separate issue. That's the 2 metre issue, surely.
Yes, sorry.
Right.
That you were above.
So let's not duplicate the points against us. And insofar as the trees are concerned, this actually shows development hard up against the southern, or very close to the southern development, southern boundary, which we actually don't do.
But yes, but I would again caveat that this is a sketch plan, and this is to be read with the front page, which clearly says, avoid damage to trees, out with the site by setting the building back from the canopy.
Yeah.
So, as again, this is a sketch plan, it's not a detailed design, and one would expect sketch plans to be looked at very carefully with the written word at the front of the document.
I understand that, Ms. Waldron. Let's just leave the tree issue aside, if we may, just now. Does it follow that the clear advice of your department was that there was scope for development on the eastern section of the site, within the envelope shown here, up to a height of 86.5 metres, and that would be acceptable in all aspects, and in particular, from your point of view, landscape and visual aspects?
Subject to the shape and the form of the building.
Yeah. So let's just be quite clear. You agree, because this also had your input, that subject to the shape of the building, the acceptance was a building within that envelope up to a height of 86.5 metres.
Yes.
And that would be acceptable in landscape and visual terms. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Could you just direct me, please, where in your evidence you have identified that to us, where in your proof of evidence you have told us that?
I don't think I've gone into that detail. This was pre-application advice. I was assessing the drawings in front of me, and obviously the application in front of me. So I haven't got it in my evidence that you can go up to 86.5 metres high.
No, well, never mind the detail. Where do you even refer to this as being your professional judgment that there's scope up to 86.5 metres in the eastern area? Where is that even obliquely referred to in your evidence, Ms Waldron?
It's not obliquely referred to in my evidence.
Why not?
Because, as I said at the beginning, I didn't think it was a good idea to put anything down on paper.
No, that is not an answer to the question, Ms Waldron. Why did you not refer to the fact that your professional judgment and that of your department was that the eastern area was suitable for development of the extent shown here up to 86.5 metres? Why is that not in your evidence?
Because I'm assessing the design and the information that's in front of me rather than thinking about how to design it.
No, that really, with respect, isn't an answer either. You have a duty to this inquiry, a professional duty, to explain all relevant factors, do you not?
Yes, I do.
Right. Now, you and your department were of the opinion, and I assume still are of the opinion, that the eastern area can take appropriate development of the sort of order of size we see here up to a height of 86.5 metres. Is that not correct?
Yes, it is.
Right. Why is that not mentioned in your evidence?
Well, I'm looking for an appropriate place where I could have mentioned it.
Well, it's pretty fundamental, isn't it? Because that means that the issue that is between us is largely one of 2 metres of height.
No, the issue that between us is the volume of development. And as I said, the volume of development on the eastern playground, that was purely a diagrammatic expression of the outer envelope of the volume, but the development that arose from within that outer envelope could take all sorts of different forms. At the architecture design workshops that we attended, there were many different models and many different shapes. So we could have a completely round building that fitted this pre-application advice, fitting the contours, but would have a completely different look and shape and feel to the application that we're looking at today.
So why did you not explain that in your evidence, Ms Waldron? Why did you not say that you approve and have no difficulties from a landscape and visual point of view of a building within that envelope up to 86.5 metres? Why did you not tell us that?
Because the form of the building, is so important. It's not just the height, it's the form. It could be a beautiful, sculptural, elegant piece of architecture that could go up to 86.5 metres, and that would be acceptable because it could have been placed on the hill and part of the composition of the monuments on the hill and seen as one of the monuments on the hill.
So where do we see in your evidence that the issue is one of form? Where do we see that in your evidence, please?
Because I'm continually referring to character and I'm continually referring to the composition of monuments, and the composition of each different monument is different.
But where do we see in your proof of evidence that the issue is not one of, as you've described it, but simply one of form? Where is that?
But it's not in my... I haven't put it in my proof of evidence because... I'm just thinking about it. Because what's in front of me is a particular application which has a particular form, and I'm responding to that application. In my proof of evidence, I'm not being asked to design a form of a building that would fit the landscape. I'm being asked what my opinion is, my professional opinion, on the applications that are placed in front of me. So I didn't think it was the correct place to start discussing what forms would be correct in that location, because that's not what I was asked to do. I was asked to provide evidence as to the landscape and visual impacts of the development that was put in front of me.
You see, Ms Waldron, the difficulty is this, that your director has very fairly and very reasonably accepted that, broadly speaking, our East Wing conforms to the advice given by his department, which I now realise includes your advice. Is that not correct? That
is correct, yes. But he used the word broadly. And we're looking at an outdoor, and we're looking at an envelope of development. We're not looking at development. We're looking too literally at that sketch. The sketch is an envelope. It's like a skin. And within that skin, you could have any shape or form. It could be a glass pyramid that sat there and looked amazing. It could be a perfect sphere that sat there within that glass, within that envelope. So the reason it's not in my evidence is because I'm giving evidence on is the impact, landscape and visual character impact of the developments that were placed in front of me, the 2015 and 17. Therefore, it would be inappropriate for me to discuss whether it should be a pyramidal form, a circular form, all the other forms, a square block, a perfect cuboid. It would be inappropriate for me to discuss that in my evidence.
But what might have been appropriate, Ms Waldron, surely, is to identify that from a landscape and visual point of view, you do not have a difficulty with a building on the eastern wing of some significant height, scale and massing up to 86.5 metres, but your difficulty is one of form and the last 2 metres. Surely that would have been the fair thing to do.
I think I come back to the point that my evidence is not about proposing design solutions to a problem. My evidence is about assessing what was put in front of me. And what was put in front of me was 2 applications with particular shapes and forms. The views that we come to as a balanced view, it's not just about form. It's not just about shape. It's not just about how this impacts on the setting of the Hamilton building. It's how it impacts on many, many different issues. So for me to single out one issue, which would be that I would accept that there could be a building of a particular height, would have been out of balance, because it's a balanced approach when we assess applications.
Now, insofar as the East Wing is concerned, would it be fair to suggest to you that the objections that you have must be significantly less than those in relation to the West Wing?
Significantly less.
Because of the advice that we have been given by the department, including you.
Well, we take cognizance of the objections from the local people and from everybody who wrote into the planning department. They didn't distinguish so much the East and the West.
I'm not asking about the local individuals, and it's clear to me that you have a close association with them, Ms Waldron. I'm not interested in that. I'm asking about your professional opinion. That's all.
Okay. My professional opinion that there is should be more objection to the West Wing than the East Wing because of the advice that we gave as a council. That is true.
Yes, thank you. Furthermore, if it was only the East Wing, given the advantages to the main Hamilton building, may we agree that there would be no objection from you, given the nature of the advice given by the council, if it was only the East Wing?
No, not in the shape and form that it's currently proposed.
So your objection would relate only to shape and form, bluntly, because it looks like a gasworks in your judgment?
Well, the East doesn't look like a gasworks. It's bigger and it's very massive. It wouldn't just be shape and form. It would be all issues. I'd be looking at it again. If it came in, just the East Wing came in as an application, I would be looking at how it affected the skyline. I'd be looking at how it affected the form, as in the arrangement of elements on Carlton Hill. I'd be looking at how it affected the trees. I'd be looking at how it affected the distant views. I would be looking at it and how it affects the composition of the monuments on the hill and how that all impacted and all came together. So I wouldn't tick the box, if you like, that if it just the east wing came in, that would be appropriate.
Well, let's just explore this a little bit, please. If we look at your overall summary, and I had hoped we might reach agreement about these matters, Ms Waldron, but clearly that hope was misplaced. At 24.3, you refer to the building singular, and at 24.5, you refer to the buildings in the plural. I was rather hoping that you might explain that by virtue of the fact that the former 24.3 related only to the west wing and not the east wing.
No, I'm afraid
Just a
that's
typo,
a
is it?
typo. Yeah,
Right.
that's a typo.
Might have been Freudian, of course.
Might have been.
Yeah. So let's just explore this a little bit, please. If you could have before you Mr Van Grieken's document 596.
I have that document.
Now, so far as, and I'm only asking you here about the east wing, sorry, I haven't put you the viewpoint number 8C. And for completeness, could we look, please, at the baseline which quite clearly shows the gymnasium building, does it not?
Yes, it does.
Over its full width.
Yes, it does.
And if we then look at 8C03, and so far as the east wing is concerned, can we see that there is no skyline effect?
It's a little bit difficult to tell because there's obviously vegetation there which could blow down in a storm. So I'm a little bit nervous to say there's absolutely no skyline effect, but I can see that it looks like it tucks into the hillside.
Well, let's just assume that no storms are going to come along in the next few minutes, Ms Waldron, and just stay on the current situation. Can we not simply agree that there's no skylining there?
It looks like in the 2017 that it does actually push a little bit up, a tiny bit up.
You're really identifying that as a material issue, even if you are right.
No, I was just identifying it.
Right. So if we look at paragraph 24.6 of your conclusions, the skyline of Carlton Hill will be damaged. That doesn't apply here.
Correct. Skyline.
Can we also agree that it is not in the line of sight to any of the monuments?
Line of sight, yes, but the setting of the monuments, no.
My question was line of sight. Are we in agreement, Ms Waldron?
Yes.
Thank you. And it therefore doesn't affect the landscape or depth of landscape under the monuments because they are not under the monuments. That's paragraph 24.4 of your summary.
This particular viewpoint, it doesn't affect the depth of monument, the depth of landscape under the monument.
And can we agree that so far as the east wing is concerned, views to it are limited and largely from the south?
No, because there are views from the top of the road where you come out of the burial ground, views from the bus stop, views from in front of the Hamilton building. So I don't think they're limited.
Well, just please let me try that again. They are limited and largely from the south, the bus stop, I think, being possibly to the south.
OSC, as in south local views, south middle views, south far away views. So all southern views. Well, you can see it from the east coming out of the graveyard. That would be looking from the east looking west. You would be able to see it. And you can see it from the west looking east if you're at the bus stop. Although the point at which you're standing is to the south, but then there are no possibility. I'm just thinking about views around. Do you mean from the viewer's location?
Sorry, I apologise. Quite clearly the question wasn't good enough, Ms Waldron. Let me try it again. Would you accept that the views to the east wing are limited and are largely from the south?
Well, no, because of the experience of the walking along the road, which you can walk from west to east or east to west. So you're looking westwards when you're walking up.
And I don't mean to quibble, but which road do you mean? Regent Terrace?
Yes, Regent's Terrace. If you're just at the top of Regent's Terrace and you walk along and you see you'll experience, and obviously you'll experience it more because, as you know, the trees are going to be damaged. We've been through that. So you'll experience it more, particularly in the winter months when there'll be no leaves on the trees. As you walk from east to west, you will see the building.
Ms Waldron, I'm really trying to take this briefly. Please correct me if I've got this wrong, but is not Regent's Terrace to the south of the building?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Can I repeat the question? Please may I repeat the question to you? Are views to the building, the eastern wing, not somewhat restricted and largely from the south?
If the viewer is standing in the south, but it's not the way the viewer is looking. So the views to the building from the south, yes. No, I mean, I think what you're saying is you want me to agree with the fact that the east block can only be seen if the viewer is standing to the south of the east block. And that is true, except you probably will see them coming down Carlton Hill Drive once the trees have been removed and the steps have been put into place. So
that's why I use the words largely.
Largely. So you won't see them from the west because that's where Regent's Terrace is. That's what you mean. But if you go up this little path that leads up to Regent's Gardens, you rise up next to Regent's Terrace number 1 and you look eastwards at the building. So there's an area of vegetation and there's a wall and then you get the existing railings. You'd actually
look westwards, but
sorry, look westwards. You're right.
Just let me come back. I'm putting to you largely, not entirely, or largely.
Okay, largely. Again, I'm not sure what the definition of largely is, but I'll take it that largely is okay.
I wonder, sir, if this is an appropriate place to have a coffee break.
I was about to ask. Yes. Let's have a break now until 25 to 12. Just before we get back to Mr. Steele's cross, just taking a further look at the witness timetable, there are just a couple of things that came out of that. Firstly, Mr. McIntosh, Dr. Batas is put in brackets for Friday. Yes. How does that fit?
Dr. Batas has spoken to Mr. Wilkinson this morning, and where's the email? Yes, he's now confirmed for the 19th and is making arrangements to do that. Since he's coming, I would hope he'd be able to be taken first thing in the morning, but I'm conscious of Dr. Conlon's availability. So I just wondered if we would just deal with the order on that day once. Perhaps I might speak to Mr. Innes tonight or tomorrow night, and then when he's next here, or perhaps by email, he can update on Dr. Conlon. But in terms of the day, Dr. Batas is now available on the 19th.
Thank you. And the other thing was just to check with Ms. Nimmo that the Friday slot was all right with you, and as far as you know with the others.
Yes, Mrs. MacDonald is away at the moment, but I will be able to check certainly for Monday morning. Yeah, probably tomorrow. If there's any
issue, I think we'll need to check about Mr. Harrison. Okay.
Just on that, it's possible we might make better progress on the Wednesday, Thursday of that week. Therefore, it may be some of the Friday witnesses if available, could be brought forward. I can't guarantee that, but my feeling at the moment is that we might make better progress than indicated here.
Thank you for that. Yeah, if people are flexible enough, that would help us. If not, then we'll have the gap at a different space, a different place. Okay, thank you very much for that. Back to you, Mr. Steele.
Thank you. Ms Waldron, can I just try and recap to make sure I've got this right? In relation to the advice that you gave for the development at the top of Carlton Hill, your advice was not followed. Is that correct?
There was a lot of advice I gave at the top of the Carlton Hill, the detailed design of the ramps and the planting and the surveys required, etc. All of that advice was followed. There was one photograph that had a significant adverse impact, and that was my professional advice. And what I put forward was that, given that they had a significant adverse impact, the one photograph, that a very careful decision should be undertaken by management, and that's why it was pulled up to management.
A simple yes or no will suffice. As I understand it, your advice in relation to that development was not followed.
For one photograph, yes.
Thank you.
Well, actually, no, because I didn't advise anything. What I advised was there is a significant impact adverse effect. So my advice was it is a significant adverse impact effect, and that was my advice. I didn't advise, if you like, what to do about it. I advised them what the impact was.
So do we agree that significant adverse effects don't necessarily lead to refusal?
Correct.
Thank you. And secondly, in relation to the treatment of this document 583 that we've been looking at, your advice was not followed there either.
Sorry, which is 583?
The document from the Council we've been looking at extensively.
Yep, I know exactly the document. The only advice that was not followed was the fact that the final diagram would be actually produced, and as opposed to the other aspects of the piece of work. So it was a high risk. My advice was it is high risk.
So that rather than being helpful to the developers, you wish to withhold that information. Is that so?
No, I'm very helpful to developers at all times throughout the process. What I did was put forward a view that it would be very high risk to put that on the table, given that you could come back to us in this sort of situation.
You don't see that as public employees, you've got duties to try to see if you can resolve matters in an amicable fashion rather than withhold information. You don't see that point of view, do you? I
don't see that it would have been withholding information. I would, because the information that obviously I was happy with was all the written work, and I wrote as a very helpful document, the document about space around the buildings for the Architecture and Design Scotland workshop. That was very much a forward-thinking, new way of doing things, because normally you wouldn't produce that type of device so early on without any information with a limited piece information from the developer at that stage in the process. So in that stage in the process, being very helpful, we put forward a particular paper called Draft Setting. I could find you the CD number, which was being very helpful, and that was in 2015.
The only point I was asking about was this particular document, Ms Waldron. Nothing more, nothing less.
But
in relation to that document, you didn't wish to release information to us that clearly would have been helpful for us to understand the Council's position.
No, I wanted them to. I was happy to release the document. It's just the final page where it showed the massing. That's the only part of the document that I thought was high risk.
Which some may think is the critical part to understand in graphical form the Council's position.
Well, some may think
that's the crux
that
of the matter, and you didn't want us to see it.
No, the first part of the document clearly outlines the Council's position, very clearly. The other parts of the document clearly outline the thinking that the Council had at the time. The final page is an expression of an envelope, and my professional opinion was that, as I said, it was high risk to release an envelope because of the risk that the moment people see something like that on a drawing, they assume that shape and form, and the design process is perhaps changed. And what I was hoping to do was to be in a position where all the other information was on the table. That's the position I had.
Let's, if we can, try and move on. Do you accept, as was given in evidence yesterday by your director, that there was a feeling that notional symmetry would be appropriate?
That was in a letter at the early stages of the assessment. I think it might have even been before Mr. Wright was employed, I'm not sure. Therefore, it was given as a view without detailed historical analysis in front of us to take a slight, which could have meant that that view would have been different. So at that point in time, which I believe was very early on in the process, then that was the view of Mr. Leslie.
Right. Well, firstly, can we agree that there was a view expressed by the Council that notional symmetry was desirable or appropriate?
I think the word was persuasive. The argument for notional symmetry is persuasive.
And when do you say that was? What do you mean by early on in the process?
Well, that was the letter that David Leslie, that you were talking about yesterday with Mr. David Leslie. It was the letter that he wrote with the principals at the end of the workshop process, I believe. I might be wrong. But I believe it also says that symmetry, it's a persuasive, used that word, I think.
Was that not written after the 5 workshops and all the discussions had taken place?
Yes, it was, but that is actually still very early on in the process, because it's before the landscape architect was involved.
Well, and did Mr. Leslie not also repeat that subsequently in his 7 principles?
I thought the 7 principles was part of that letter. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Well, I think you are. I'm not going to waste time going to it, but the letter was written on the 12th of November 14, and the principles was an email of the 8th of January 2015.
Oh, I stand corrected. I thought the two were connected together.
Well, they're connected in this sense that both of them expressed some support for notional symmetry.
If that's what's in the letter, that's what's in the letter. My point being, it's still very early on in the process. And we don't have the information in front of us, so we are just trying to be helpful at that point. We're not what's the word? We're not out something symmetry. Can't think of the word.
So far as the advice was given about that is concerned, we have before us a proposal with notional symmetry, doesn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Now, let's move on. 2015 to 2017, 2 different schemes. Can we accept that in relation to the second scheme, the height, scale and massing was of a different order?
It was slightly
reduced.
reduced.
Details I'm not going to go into, but it was of a different order.
Slightly reduced.
And that was because the comments made in relation to the first scheme, that it was put shortly, I think was the word, too big, so we reduced it.
I assume that's why you reduced it.
Can you please identify in your evidence where you reflect that reduction in height, scale and massing in your evidence and approach to the 2 different schemes?
Well, the problem is my evidence is looking at landscape and visual impact, and the reduction in mass does not affect that to a point at which it becomes significant, because it's too small a reduction in height and scale and mass.
Well, can we agree that as between the 2 schemes, you have not altered or modified your approach or your conclusions in any way?
The conclusions are a result of 2 separate assessments. Each assessment is undertaken independently of one or the other. It's because every application is treated separately and differently. So therefore my conclusions come from those 2 separate assessments.
Just bear with me for a second, please. I just want to get a particular... you assist me, Ms Waldron, can we look at the montage from the end of Waterloo Place?
You mean 4, number 4, I presume?
I'm grateful to you. It is indeed number 4.
Is it? Yeah.
Is that from CD 596?
This one?
CD 596, I'm not sure.
No, it can't be.
I'm looking at CD 30, sir.
CD 30. Thank you very much. Number 4.
And could you also have before you, Ms Waldron, CD 179, same viewpoint, 4A. Do you have these?
Nearly. Thank you.
Now, are you seriously suggesting to this inquiry that there is no significant difference as between the height, scale and massing between the two schemes? Is that seriously your position?
No, I didn't say that. There is a difference between the two schemes of 2015 and 2017, and the photograph you've shown me is part of a sequence of photographs, one where we can see the application in 2015, and the other one, the application site for the development, has been pulled back and is reduced. It is different, but it is, and you would you say, but from the point of view of how I am assessing it, which is a series of issues that I'm looking at, the outcome is the same, but the assessment is different.
So far as you're concerned, there's no difference between the two schemes in relation to the evidence that you lay before us. Is that really your position?
Well, there is a difference, obviously. There is a difference in the evidence, but if you work through the methodology for, let's say, the visual impact assessment, and we go through a series of decisions when we come to whether or not it is significant or not significant, and then come out with whether or not it is adverse, beneficial or neutral, there'll be a change in the scorings and the ratings throughout the different parts of the methodology as you work through it.
Can you just remind me where in your proof of evidence you have acknowledged the reduction in height, scale and massing and given proper recognition to that? Where in your evidence do you do that?
I didn't do a complete assessment in my evidence, but let me look at my report for a second. My evidence is looking at the assessments that were placed in front of me. If you like, I'm assessing the assessments. So therefore, I'm looking at whether I agree or disagree with how the assessments were formed and the scales to which that they were attributed, whether it's minor, moderate or high, and whether I agree with the significance or not. So therefore, I have looked very carefully at this sequence viewpoint, of which viewpoint 4A makes part of the sequence.
Well, that may be, Ms Waldron, but what I really want to know is where in your evidence you acknowledge the time, the trouble and the money that we have taken to reduce the height, scale and massing of Scheme 1, which we understood was the issue with the Council, to something lesser in Scheme 2. Where do you refer to that and acknowledge that and deal with it?
Well, I deal with it in the fact that when I did the assessment myself, and I cross-compared to the assessment done by Chris Rankin, that on both occasions I came out with a significant impact on the view.
That, with respect, Ms. Walton, is not answering my question. Where have you told us that actually there's a lesser scale and massing and therefore must be less impacts in your evidence? Where is that?
Well, you see, the lesser scale and massing doesn't necessarily mean there's less impact, because the way that I'm assessing it, if you like, the calibration that I'm assessing it, if you go from a large impact, a truly significant impact, to a lesser impact that is still significant, in the assessment it is still significant. So therefore it isn't directly acknowledged because both impacts are still significant.
Well, can we agree that it appears nowhere in your proof of evidence an acknowledgement of the time, trouble and expense that we've taken to reduce the height, scale and massing in the way that we thought the Council wanted? You haven't even mentioned it, have you?
I haven't mentioned it because, as I said, I am assessing the information in front of me, not whether or not the developer has made an effort to change something. I'm assessing each application in its own right.
Can you assist me with this, Ms. Waldron? From how many viewpoints did you assess there to be a significant effect in relation to the 2015 scheme? I can put the number to you if it assists.
Sorry, which scheme was you were looking at?
The earlier scheme.
I think I'm at 14.
Well, I'm at something slightly more than that, Ms. Waldron.
Well, hang on then, I'll take a bit longer and look at the significant... Right, I'll have to sit here and work it out for me.
Well, let's not waste time doing that. Let me put the number to you. We have 16.
Okay, I'll accept that. Cause it's
Now, in relation to the 17 scheme, did that increase, stay the same or decrease? That's a smaller scheme.
I suspect, because of view 35, which was the view from the bus stop, that might have increased, but I stand to be corrected.
So what we can agree, firstly, that there's no reduction in the numbers of significance despite... Apologies. There's no reduction in the numbers of significance despite the reduction in height, scale and massing. Is that correct?
Correct, it is still significant.
And that you think it might have actually increased?
No, because you don't add up significance. That's not how it works. You are just looking at where a likely significant impact is going to happen. And therefore...
Waldron, wait a minute, we're just at cross purposes. Let me save time. The numbers of viewpoints from which you have found significance may indeed have increased. You agree?
Yes, the numbers have increased, but it's sort of irrelevant because it's not how one is looking at assessing the site. You're not looking at the number of viewpoints where there's a significant impact.
Well,
the viewpoints...
It is most certainly relevant to understand how you've approached this matter, Ms. Waldron, which is what I'd now like to do. Could we look, please, at viewpoint 9A within Mr. Van Grieken's document? have that, Ms.
Is
Waldron?
it 9B, Mr. Steele? Sorry.
Indeed it is, sir. 9A is the base photograph.
Yes, I have 9B.
And if we look back at 9A, we see, of course, that there's a clear view of the gymnasium building in all its glory, if it is a glorious building. Is that correct?
I have 9B. You mean 9B?
Sorry, 9B, yes.
Yes, I can see the gymnasium building.
And if we then turn over the page, we have the images of the two developments. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And save for quibbling about a couple of matters, they neither skyline, do they?
No, they don't skyline.
And so far as the bottom scheme is concerned, that has no significant different effect on the monuments than existing built form. Would that be correct? I may not have put that very well, but I hope you understand what I'm saying.
It does block some of the hill, and what you're asking me to do, though, is look at the west side and say whether that's significant. So you're splitting the photograph in two.
No, I'm not splitting any photograph in two. I'm merely asking you to confirm for the 2017 development that the west wing has little different effect on the monuments than the existing built form.
Well, no, because the setting of the monuments includes the character of the hill. And the character includes pattern, and pattern includes space, and space is around the monuments and around the Hamilton building.
And
so
you don't like a gasworks in front of it or anywhere near it, is that right?
Well, I think that sounds. You were asking me about inspiration. I mean, I didn't mean that in a derogatory fashion to the architects. I'm just thinking about inspiration, where they might have seen it, or everybody goes around the world looking for inspiration. Going back to this photograph, you've asked me whether there's an impact on the monuments, and I'm taking you to the fact that setting has both a visual and a character aspect to it. And therefore, unless you're talking specifically about visual, or if you're asking me general questions about the setting of the monument, then it does have an impact on the setting of the monument.
And this is at a distance of over 1 kilometre, is that correct?
Well, yes, because, as I said, setting includes character, character includes pattern. You can perceive here that there is a building
Ms.
there.
Waldron, a simple question was this. Is it at a distance of over 1 kilometre? I merely asked you to confirm that or deny that.
I don't know, I haven't measured it, but I assume you're right.
Well, does it not say that at the bottom of the page?
Oh, sorry, yes, it does.
And surely you're familiar with that concept, that at the bottom of the page is the relevant information, Ms. Waldron.
Yes, I am. Sometimes
you.
it's put at the side of the page.
And the fact of the matter is this, that you assess from this viewpoint some significance, do you not?
I do.
Yeah. And could we then look over the page, or it may be a couple of pages, to the area just north of Arthur Seat Viewpoint 10.
Yes, I'm there.
And this is at a distance, according to this document, of 1.2. Sorry, this is at a distance of 1.2 kilometres.
That's correct.
And this is a very wide viewpoint, isn't it? Down to Leith Docks and round to the Balmoral Hotel.
It is a wide viewpoint. However, the people up there, if you watch them, they tend to stare at Nelson's monument first, or they sort of look at it. And yes, they do. Well, I went up there recently. It is a wide viewpoint.
It is a wide viewpoint. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Now, this is a viewpoint that you assess as significant as well, isn't it?
Yes, I do.
And if they're staring at Nelson's Monument, the hotel development will have no effect on that at all, will it? Because the new hotel wings do not lie between the viewpoint and the monuments, do they?
It's not. When they look at the monument, they see the monuments in the centre of their view, so therefore they're seeing the composition of the monuments on the hill. And the Hamilton Building is part of the composition of the monuments on the hill, so they see the whole of Carlton Hill at that point. And
your professional judgment is that this is a significant effect at 1.2 kilometres?
I do think that is definitely a significant effect on, yes.
Could we look, please, at 11A? And this is a view from 1.12 kilometres, is it not?
That is correct.
A wide panorama from the castle on the left down towards Leith on the right.
That is correct.
Yeah. And again, you assess this as significant, don't you?
Yes, because what makes up significance is sensitivity and magnitude. And so if you go into the assessment, and given that this is obviously a very important viewpoint, and the numbers of people visiting this, as I've witnessed on many occasions being up there myself, has a certain input into the assessment.
And if we go to viewpoint 29.
Microphone, Mr. Steele.
Sorry, sir. Viewpoint 29 is from the top of Arthur's Seat.
Oh, yes. That's from Chris Rankin's work.
Yes. And we may not need to go to it because it's very similar to the one from a couple of hundred yards or 200-300 yards, whatever, from the north of Arthur's Seat.
That's
similar
correct.
Viewpoint.
That's
and again,
correct.
you assess that as significant.
Yes, there are
that
lots
must be
of
slightly more than 1.2 kilometres because it's slightly further back.
Yes, and there is a significant number of people who go up there, eat their sandwiches and stare at the view.
You see, what I have to suggest to you is this, Ms Waldron, that firstly, Mr Van Grieken does not share your professional opinion about the significance of these viewpoints, which I've used merely as examples. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's well. He said margin. What was the word is used for the Queen's Drive? It's in his report that it's borderline significant. I think his words are in his report for the Queen's Drive one.
Yes, but there is disagreement between you in relation to these viewpoints.
There is disagreement, yes.
And what I further suggest to you is that an examination of these four viewpoints, several of which are at a distance of more than 1 kilometre, indicates that you are clearly overstating or over-egging the situation here, Miss Waldron, are you not?
No, it will be a noticeable component of the view that will change, that will be particularly obvious on certain days and certain lighting conditions. It blocks side of Carlton Hill on certain viewpoints, and it takes away the vegetated nature. If you are up there on a sunny day and you see the wind blowing the trees on Carlton Hill and the vegetation, your eye is drawn directly to the hill. And I believe that even though that is the distance we're at, it will be a noticeable change to the view, and therefore it is significant.
A noticeable change to the view and significant. That's your position.
If I go through the assessment, that's looking at magnitude and sensitivity, then obviously the magnitude at that distance is slightly less. The sensitivity remains very, very high, and if you add all the different parts of the assessment using Chris Rankin's tables, which I did use, I assess these as significant, yes.
Can I then move on to townscape character areas? In relation to those, you have assessed 5 as being significant. Is that so?
That is correct.
And in comparison, the environmental statement has 2?
That is correct.
And Mr Van Grieken has 1?
That is correct.
Obviously, I don't suggest to you that 2 experts against 1 will win necessarily, but is it not equally clear, Ms Waldron, that you've over-egged the pudding there as well?
No, because if you look at the assessments in detail, as I did, there's actually not a lot of difference between Mr Van Grieken, Mr Rankin and myself. It's a magnitude situation of being a small difference between a high and a medium, or a medium and a low. There's not a huge difference between the assessments. It's just a slight difference. And that's why if you rerun the assessments, both which I did, with great detail with another landscape architect in the office, you can tip into significance. So although you might think that we're miles away, we're actually not. Not if you look at the detail of the actual assessments.
Well, let's, if we may, for ease of reference, look at your overall summary. And can we bear in mind the advice that was given by your department, including yourself, in relation to the East Wing? Firstly, is there any, in your summary, any particular reference to the East Wing by itself and that earlier advice?
I don't separate the East Wing from the West Wing because I'm assessing the whole view or the whole character area.
And in your overall summary, you use words such as dominate, overwhelm, and overpowering, do you not?
I do.
Is it not perfectly obvious, Ms Waldron, that in your enthusiasm to have this project defeated, because it looks like a gasworks, you've overstated the position?
No.
Can you conceive of the possibility that your advice might be rejected in the same way it has on previous occasions we've identified?
No, not in this instance, because this is about a landscape.
You're so sure of your position you cannot conceive that you might be wrong, is that it? Or is it possible you might defer to the reporters to make the decision?
I would always refer to the reporters to make the decision. I'm just saying my professional opinion is that the new proposals will overpower or dominate the Hamilton building in its landscape setting. And that's from different views, from close, from medium and from far, but from obviously from different places.
And you can't conceive of the possibility that you might be wrong?
I can conceive of possibility I could be wrong about anything in life. But I have very carefully assessed, I have used Mr. Rankin's assessment to rerun all the assessments and realised we're not that far away from each other's views, but I am...
Which I assume you mean opinions.
Opinions, yes, opinions. And I am confident that the way I reran the assessment was very careful and incorporated information from other people and was sound.
So do I understand that your advice to the reporters is that there isn't much between you and the landscape architects representing my clients?
My advice to the reporters would be to look very carefully at Mr. Rankin's assessment, including his assessment tables, where you can see that he's written high, medium or low, and then look at how he has formed his opinions. And if you take the reversibility issue in 2015 and you change that from medium to high, a lot of the non-significant results fall into significant. If you then move across to the 2017 tables, you notice that he's put the reversibility as high, but certain other aspects have moved to medium and or slid down to low, resulting in a non-significant result. However, you will notice how close they are in terms of the closeness to what would generate a significant impact.
But on each and every occasion that you've had to make a professional judgment, you've made it in a way that brings out a significant effect. Isn't that so?
They are significant effects. So it's not that I've created a significant effect. As if I rerun the assessments and I put the assessments correctly as high sensitivity because of the environment that we've heard so much about, And then I look at magnitude and the way one can look at magnitude, whether you score that minor, medium or major. If you rerun the assessments, they come out as significant.
Well, you said in a very determined fashion, if I may say so, Ms Waldron, that they are significant effects. Might a better way to have put that be this, that in your professional judgment there are significant effects, rather than an adamant statement that they are? Now, you may find that funny.
No, I defer
Ms.
to
Waldron,
your experience.
But I would like you, please, to give a fair answer to that.
Okay. In my professional experience, in my professional opinion, I believe they are significant effects. I apologise if it seemed to make it trivial.
Yes. And indeed, would you accept it may also be thought to be rather high-handed to state emphatically that they are, when others are going to make that determination in due course?
I didn't mean to be high-handed. I apologise to the reporters if I was enthusiastic with my response.
Now, were you involved with the trust scheme appraisal?
Yes.
Ms. Waldron. Excellent. Could we look at the report for that, please, which is CD 757?
Yes, I have the report.
And did you make the necessary input on landscape and visual and other matters?
I provided a report to the planning officer, and then she analysed the situation, obviously herself, given that she's the case officer, and took all the issues and balanced them against other planning issues.
Well, I'd like to explore that a little bit with you, please. Firstly, if we turn to page 23 of 97, it deals with lighting issues and lighting strategy. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Did you raise concerns about lighting in relation to that scheme, Ms Waldron? Can you remember? If you don't remember, just say so.
Sorry, I can't remember.
Do we there note at that page that it was proposed that a condition would deal with the issue of lighting?
Yes, I can see that.
Can we look back, please?
Excuse me, sir. I wanted to check this before I said this, because obviously I do not act for the music school, and Mr Innes is not here. I had a recollection of Mr Innes asking a series of questions of Mr Van Grieken about the assessment done of the music school. And I've just spoken to Mr Innes, and I'm concerned about whether this is a proper area to be covered in his absence. But I appreciate that he expressed his views to the reporters before he left, and therefore I'm simply flagging it. I'm not formally objecting because I can't, but I feel that there was a discussion between him and you, and at that point I will stop talking because I think that's as far as I can legitimately go.
I've made a note of that. Mr Steele, is there anything you wanted to respond to?
Nothing to say, sir, except it's unfortunately another interruption from a learned friend. But I don't know what the purpose of it is. I wasn't privy to any discussions.
Quiet all morning.
Well, I suppose it had to happen sometime. So. Now,
please carry on.
Thank you, sir. Ms Waldron, I think I just asked you about the condition for lighting. Can we now go to page 17? At the top, and this is under the heading setting of the Hamilton building and impact. I assume this reflects your professional input.
This is a bit talking about the north facade being read coherently. Is this
yes,
the section?
Indeed. Yes.
That would actually be more appropriate for another witness.
Right, well, I'm very happy with that. However, do you accept what is said here from the path up towards Carlton Hill that clearly viewpoints to the north elevation, north facade, as it said here, would be interfered with?
Well, yes, if it says that in the report. And obviously, yes, I've been to site.
Well, it's obvious, is it not, that there will be interference with a view, the precise extent of which will be better read at a site visit. Is that so?
Yes.
Is it also correct that the music school proposal occupies the entire part of the east playground?
I'm afraid I can't recall it exactly. I'd have to look at a plan. But if you say it does, I assume it does. But I'd have to look at a plan to confirm that.
Well, let's, if we may, then look at the plan, if you'd like to do that. Just give me a moment or two. .693 and onwards, I've been told or reminded. If we could just, I'll get the right plan just in a moment. Ms. Waldron.
708 is the upper ground, 707 the lower ground.
Lower ground, I think, would do it for the east wing, upper or lower.
I think upper probably covers the extent of the playground.
I have the plan in front of me.
Which plan do you have?
708. Oh, sorry, yeah, 708.
708. I think we might be better going to the lower ground, if we may. Which is the previous plan. .707.
I have that plan in front of me now.
Now, is it fair to say that the music school proposal will occupy the entire eastern playground area with built development?
It looks like it does on this plan, yes.
And that extends right up to the eastern boundary?
Yes.
And comes right round the southeast and south boundary, hard up against the boundary wall?
Yes, I assume this is at a lower level, is it?
Yes, possibly
yeah.
Trees.
Yes.
Miss Waldron.
Well, no, because it's the retaining wall, so the trees will be lower down the roots. But anyway, yes, I can see that it occupies that space.
And that building goes hard up against the southern retaining wall?
Underneath it does. I'm not sure of how that relates in terms of elevation to the retaining wall. Sorry, I don't have a visual picture of this in 3 dimensions. I can see that it comes right up against the hard retaining wall at the lower ground level.
And it is inevitable, is it not, that to secure that building that close to the retaining wall, that there have to be some digging down for foundations?
Sorry, microphone
So
again.
sorry. There'll have to be some digging down for foundations and the like.
I would have assumed, yes.
Now, did you express any concern about the impact on trees from this proposal?
Well, the digging down is on the far side of the retaining wall, so the roots won't be going through the retaining wall. So from a point of view of root systems, it's not a problem. In the point of view of canopies, I believe could I ask for the tree constraints plan for the music school?
Well, my question was, did you make any comment about that? Can you remember? If you can't remember, just say
I
so.
can't remember. It
Right.
will be on the tree constraints plan.
Can we go, please, to page 22 of 97 of the report?
Sorry, I've got it, yes.
And in relation to Nelson's monument, you say that the eye would be drawn to the landscape beyond the town. Is that correct?
I'm looking for a Nelson's monument.
4 or 5 lines up.
What, from the top 4 down? No, from the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, I can see that. Yes, as it explains, the eye would be drawn across with the foreground views improved due to the change of the car park to a landscape at lower level.
So far as the issue of the plateau at the top of Carlton Hill is concerned, the area around the National Monument and the like, you're saying here that the development cannot be seen?
Cannot be seen from the National Monument. Sorry, I don't follow that question.
What you say is this: there is no impact across the site from the top of the Carlton Hill
as the development cannot be seen.
There's
no visual impact, yeah.
Oh, yes, I understand that. Right, so if we take that the top of the Carlton Hill is at or about the National Monument, the same thing would apply to us, wouldn't it?
No, because if we're looking at the National Monument. Ooh, National Monument.
That's the top of the hill, isn't it?
It is at the top of the hill, and that is correct. You cannot see your development from the National Monument. I've stood on the National Monument.
Thank you. Can we also agree at page 20 of 97 there would be a partial obstruction of the view to the conservation area, including views of the castle? That's said about halfway down that page.
Yes. Yes. Oh, hang on. This is a result of the glass cupulas. Yes, and that's been recognised because I believe they have been conditioned. Again, that would be probably better put to another witness.
They've been reduced in height from whatever height they are to a maximum of 0.5 of a metre, have they not?
I'm afraid I don't know the details.
But in any event, with or without the cupola, the hexagonal-shaped structures will interfere with views from that point in exactly the same way, will they not?
Very difficult for me to say because I haven't seen altered visualisations that show the visual impact of the cupulas on that distant view. So, sorry, I can't give you an answer.
Well, what it says is this: the impact would be reduced through the removal of the cupolas. It doesn't say it's going to be eliminated, does it? As a matter of fact, if one goes to what we have called a viewing platform and looks across, the new building will be in front of the line of sight, will it not?
Yes, it will.
And will clearly impact views to the Old Town Conservation Area.
There will be a certain impact on the views to the Old Town Conservation Area. Whether that would be significant or not is another question.
Now, are you the witness to ask about the rear teaching areas and the character of the rear entrance, or should I leave that to another witness?
That would be best left to another witness.
Now, in relation to the plan that we have been looking at, am I right to suggest to you that there will be a playground hard up against the east boundary wall?
Sorry, are you referring to
I think that would be the
707?
upper level which might be
sorry, we put
08.
Yeah, we put it away. Thank you.
And do we see...
Could it be, sorry to disturb you, could it be possible to have the landscape architect's drawings? Because these ones actually chop the site off. If we go to the west wing, they chop the site off. Oh, you're talking about the east?
About the east side.
Oh, east, okay.
Miss Waldron. On the east side, hard up against the east boundary wall, is there not an area identified as a playground area?
Yes.
Yeah. And that is at a level of upper ground floor, is it not?
Yeah.
That is partly separated from Regent Terrace merely by railings, is it not?
Looks that way, yes.
What attention, and if you're not the witness for it, just say so, what attention was given to the consideration of overlooking and noise and disturbance from the playground and Regent Terrace?
That's best put to Mrs. Parks.
It's not a matter for this session either, if I remember rightly. Overlooking written submissions.
I thought that, well, that may be my mistake, sir. I thought that was daylight and sunlight, to be honest. But I could be wrong.
I think Mr. On's right. Noise and overlooking wouldn't be a matter for this session, perhaps only as far as it impacted on the character of the conservation area and those sorts of considerations.
Thank you, sir. In any event, is this a matter for another witness?
Yes.
Ms. Waldron. So whatever we see here at pages 28 and 29 under the heading privacy is not really for you, but for somebody else.
That's correct.
So, in summary, in relation to the trust scheme, from your point of view, there are visual and landscape impacts that arise from the trust scheme in the way that's outlined in this report and has been outlined by some of our witnesses.
Yeah, there are some visual and landscape impacts, yes.
And do I understand you do not disagree with our evidence that was given in relation to these issues on that topic at least? That is the impacts arising from the trust scheme.
I'm just thinking of what I can't get my handle on is the evidence that you gave. Could you be more specific?
Well, if you don't recollect, we'll move on. I'm sure the reporters will have the point.
Sorry, I'll have to move on.
Now, could we just go, please, to viewpoint 27.
That would be Mr. Rankin's viewpoint, 27.
It's everybody's viewpoint 27, I thought, but in any event, let us look, please, at CD 31.
I have viewpoint
Now, from
27.
the current situation, ignoring the small detail of the roof, one looks towards the lodge building and has no meaningful view of the main Hamilton building. Is that correct?
Well, you can actually see a little bit, but yes,
no
a meaningful view. No, okay, that's fine. Yes, no meaningful view.
And on the other hand, whichever of our two schemes one looks at, one will have, if you click the page 27A, a clear view of the northern facade. Sorry, a clear view of the northern facade of the Hamilton building, and in particular the main building. The main
you will
section.
see the northern. Yes, you will see the northern facade of the Hamilton building.
And in terms of visual effects and appreciation of the Hamilton building, that must be an improvement, being able to see it and appreciate it at that point. Would that be fair?
Well, in terms of visual effects, it would be an overall balanced view of whether that was an overall improvement. So for that aspect of consideration, it is an improvement.
Now, have you anywhere in your evidence identified any beneficial effects?
No, because on balance, when one finishes looking at the assessment, they come out as significant, and then there's a balanced view whether that should be beneficial, adverse, or neutral. And the balanced view is a significant and adverse effect.
And yet, at 27A, you've accepted from a visual point of view there'd be an improvement in understanding the Hamilton building.
There is an improvement in a small aspect of the view, but if you were looking at it as a whole, there is not an improvement in the view.
Particularly if you think that looks like a gas tower, is that right?
Well, you could also say it looks like a beautiful modern space building.
You see, has this thought occurred to you, Ms Waldron, that some people actually might really, really like this architecture and regard these features as a very significant improvement? Has that thought occurred to you?
Absolutely. I love modern buildings. I think maybe I should never have mentioned the gas tower. I love modern buildings, and in the appropriate places, I think they're fantastic. I think they can add to the place significantly. I don't have a problem with modern buildings at all.
And what, as a matter of interest, what was a TV programme that reminded you of this building?
It was a film my husband was watching. It was
presumably a horror film, it has to be.
No, it was a science fiction film, and they were flying into this amazing modern city. And it's very well known, and I don't know what it is, because I only stayed in for, excuse me, for about a few minutes, because I don't like that type of film.
You see, the fact of the matter is this. The fact of the matter is this, Miss Waldron. I'm sure we can find out the programme later from a learned friend. The fact of the matter is this, Miss Waldron, that you don't like this building. You think it looks like a gasworks and some scientific sci-fi building that you've seen on the TV, and that's influenced and skewed your judgment here. Is that not the truth of the matter?
No, I tell you what I do like. I like the way that the copper moves and the way that the light would play on that. So there are definitely aspects of this building that I really enjoy, and I can truly appreciate the spaces that they're trying to make with the building. So I think you've slightly got the wrong impression. I don't dislike I don't dislike it in the way that I believe you think I dislike it.
Yeah. Well, Mrs Waldron, I didn't think I would ever get to the stage in this cross-examination of you liking anything about the building. So on that high point, I will end my cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr Steele. Just give us a moment here.
Just one question from me, Ms Waldron, remaining. At paragraph 8.3 of your precognition, where you talk about, or at the end of that paragraph, you say that the wings sitting forward of the crag and tail feature means that they don't appear to be cut from the landscape. Paragraph 8.3.
Of my precognition?
Yes.
Sorry, I've got 8
Sorry,
as the
your
summary.
rebuttal.
My rebuttal. Sorry.
Apologies.
It's all right. That was an observation that other buildings, which are sort of cut from the landscape, like the visitors centre at Giant's Causeway, for example, they sort of come out of the landscape as such. It's a whole thing. Whereas this is, obviously, there's a distinct space between the hill and the building. So I couldn't quite see the connection as how they came to the opinion it was sort of cut from the landscape.
Okay, thanks for that. And Just to follow on from that, so obviously the effect of that not appearing to have been cut from the landscape is that there must be some perceptible space between the north retaining wall and the wings. Do you see any landscape or visual benefit in that?
Landscape or visual benefit between having the space?
Between the retaining wall and the wings?
Visual benefit. Not. If you're going to have a building there, I don't see the benefit of. Obviously, I'm not a historian, and therefore I'm not valuing different parts of the listed structure. So with that to one side, I don't see the benefit. And that question perhaps could be put to my colleagues who have greater depth of knowledge about listing of buildings.
Indeed. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson, do you have much by way of re-examination?
Very little, sir. Just 2 brief points.
We'll get that sorted before lunch break.
Thank
then.
you. I'll say just a couple of very brief points. I wonder if you could have your inquiry report to hand. And I wonder if we could look first at paragraph 2.20.
Yep, I've got that.
And you'll remember my learned friend asked you some questions about that. And you accepted that there was one sentence that should be deleted.
Yes.
And I think you were trying to indicate an alternative form of wording that would be appropriate. I'm afraid I wasn't able to take a note of what you were saying. And I wondered if the simplest way of proceeding would be if you wrote down for yourself the wording that you'd like to substitute and then read that out to us so that we can get a note of it.
Okay, so I've written Carlton Hill is a historic landscape and all visible monuments on and adjacent to the site, including the Royal High School, were built around the same time between 1776 and 1850. So I could say instead that Carlton Hill has little. I'll have to think about this because actually now I've read the sentence, it sort of makes sense to me again.
Well, I think that may be because the one you deleted, according to our note, was lower down. This is not an historic landscape of change.
Right, yes, sorry. Okay, yes, I've got that. Right. Okay. Okay, so that sentence perhaps should read, therefore this landscape is dominated. Hang on.
That's right. Might be easier if you just wrote it down for yourself first of all and then read it out to us.
Okay.
I know it's difficult to do these things on the hoof.
I think I would say, therefore, this landscape has experienced relatively little change, which acknowledges some change.
Thank you. And the other, I'm sorry. The other point, I think, was at paragraph 11.11 of the same report.
Okay, I've got that one.
And I think you were referring to the assessment methodology table in Chris Rankin's report.
Yes, I was.
Which you had to hand at the time, and perhaps if you could just get that back in front of you.
I have that in front of me now.
What was the precise reference that you wanted to give the inquiry?
It's the... Hang on. Sorry, I've got the baseline, not the assessment tables.
Just take your time and find the right one. was in the context of your discussion about reversibility and what the
Okay.
consequences of that change might be.
Okay, I've got it. It's M3, Visual Assessment Tables. And this is from Chris Rankin's Environmental Statement, Volume 16. And I should have the CD number written on it, but I don't. Thank you. And my point being that reversibility, as you can see if you look at the table, is part of magnitude, but there are other aspects to magnitude. So there's size and scale, geographical extent, and then there's reversibility. And those three aspects together create a magnitude, which in this case on the first table I'm looking at happens to be minor. And then you combine that with the rankings from above, where we're looking at sensitivity, and that is that will have two, susceptibility and value. And then he's also put the reasons so that you can understand. It's not a numerical system. It's not as though high is 3 points and medium is 2 points. It's close to, but the reasons are the way that Mr. Rankin has assessed that. And then he gives an overall sensitivity of high or an overall magnitude of minor, which is why taking out one aspect, which is reversibility, doesn't necessarily change whether it's significant or not significant, because it's quite a complex process.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Waldron. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Thank you, Ms. Waldron. We'll break for lunch now until 1:45 to 2. That's right, isn't it? Yes, 1:45 to 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next witness is Ewan McMeekan. Good afternoon, Mr. McMeekan.
Good afternoon.
I think that your evidence to the inquiry consists of your precognition, your rebuttal precognition, and an inquiry report, which is CEC 7, and you've got all of those to hand.
That's correct.
I think that you've also prepared a reduced version of your precognition and rebuttal precognition to read. So if you could just alert us to when there's a jump forward coming, and could I invite you then to start at paragraph 1.1 of your main precognition.
Thank you. My name is Ewan McMeekan. I'm a Senior Planning Officer for the City of Edinburgh Council. I've worked for the City of Edinburgh Council since 2006 as a Planning and Listed Buildings Officer specialising in applications and work streams relating to the historic built environment. Section 2.1. My evidence will focus on the two issues that I believe are the key considerations in the determination of the appeal. Firstly, the significance of the site, and secondly, the impact of the proposals on this significance. My evidence will address the impact of the proposals on the integrity and setting of the primary listed building on site designed by Thomas Hamilton. I will also consider the demolition of other listed buildings on site, though it is my professional opinion that demolition is a secondary issue and too much focus has been placed on it by the appellants. Section 3.1. As set out in my inquiry report, the site consists of 5 buildings. 3 of these buildings form part of the Category A listing as designated by Historic Environment Scotland, and 2 are considered to be listed by virtue of being within the curtilage of a listed building and predating 1948. I do not agree with the appellant's assertions that the City of Edinburgh Council have inflated the status of the gymnasium building or lodge building. These buildings are Category A listed as set out in the list description. 3.2. The primary building on site, known as the Hamilton Building, is without doubt the most significant of the 5. It is one of the finest Greek Revival buildings in the United Kingdom. This is supported by the Statement of Significance in the list description, the Heritage Statement submitted with the applications, and numerous other publications as highlighted in the evidence of Andrew Wright, APP 39, Roger Maskell, APP 40, and John Lowry, among others. 3.3. A great deal of emphasis has been placed throughout the appellant's documents on the original design intent or vision of Thomas Hamilton. While it is important to understand this context, the assessment of impact should be based on what exists today. Moving to 3.4. Andrew Wright's inquiry report states that the later buildings on site have the potential to cause harm to the authenticity of Thomas Hamilton's unified design for the site and, by their location, confuse the clarity of his original thinking. In my professional opinion, it is inconsistent to argue that on the one hand, the original design intent would benefit from the removal of ancillary buildings, then suggest that it would benefit from the extensions now proposed. I do not agree with the appellant's assertion that the proposals would be an improvement on the existing situation, as the majority of the existing ancillary buildings in both local and long views are subservient in location and scale and do not interfere with the primacy or integrity of the Hamilton building. 3.5. In my view, the other buildings on site hold heritage value as they form part of the narrative of the site and the growth of the school. They have varying degrees of significance, but the gymnasium building and lodge building, designed by the same architect renowned for his school buildings in Edinburgh, the B-listed Sheens Primary, Castle Hill and Marchmont schools, for example, are, despite the appellant's claims to the contrary, Category A listed as set out in the list description. Moving to paragraph 3.9. Andrew Wright argues that the City of Edinburgh Council has raised the bar and overstated the significance of buildings on site by stating the buildings proposed for demolition are Category A listed. At no point has the City of Edinburgh Council suggested that the other buildings on site are as significant as the Hamilton building. However, I recognise they are listed buildings, and Historic Environment Scotland has not indicated that a listing review would change this. Assessment of demolition, regardless of the category of listing, requires the applicant to meet one of the HESPS tests set out in paragraph 3.48, and I do not believe these hotel proposals have addressed this requirement, as will be shown. Section 4. 4.1. Sorry, I'll move to 4.2. As evidenced in my inquiry report, I assessed both the 2015 and 2017 proposals using the relevant national and local guidance documents, with a focus on whether the proposals preserve the listed building, its setting, or any features of architectural or historic interest, and the strong presumption against granting listed building consent if this is not the case. I haven't marked 4.5 to read out, but at this point I would like to correct that paragraph and also issue an apology to Mr. Wright, who at this paragraph I suggest he used the word unhelpful in his report, and at no point, I've checked and double checked, at no point did he use the word unhelpful. Moving to 4.7. I recognise that the architects involved in this proposal have been asked to design a building with specific operational requirements to satisfy a developer, hotel operator. I recognise the challenge involved, given the heritage designations and other constraints placed upon them through legislation and national and local policy. I also acknowledge the attempts by the architects to mitigate the impact of the proposals through their design. However, I contend and demonstrate through my evidence that regardless of mitigation, the buildings, particularly to the west, represent too much development on too small and sensitive a site, resulting in irreparable damage to the significance of the Hamilton building and its setting. 4.10. My inquiry report clearly shows how the proposals were assessed against the following objectives of the Managing Change in the Historic Environment Extensions document. By addressing the points, must protect the character and appearance of the building, should be subordinate in scale and form, should be located on a secondary elevation, and must be designed in a high-quality manner using appropriate materials. I conclude that, based on this assessment, the proposals have a significant adverse impact on the character of the listed building, and therefore the provisions of SHEP/HESPS are then considered. HESPS requires, in paragraph 3.47, that where a proposal involves alteration or adaptation which will have an adverse or significantly adverse impact on the special interest of the building, planning authorities in reaching decisions should consider carefully A. the relative importance of the special interest of the buildings, and B. the scale of the impact of the proposals on that special interest, C. whether there are other options which would ensure a continuing beneficial use for the building with less impact on its special interest, and D, whether there are significant benefits for economic growth or the wider community which justify a departure from the presumption set out in paragraph 3.40. Once again, these considerations are addressed and set out in my inquiry report. In my professional opinion, the interventions to the historic fabric of the Hamilton building range from positive to adverse, with the overall impact of the proposals on the building, its setting, or any features of architecture or historic interest being adverse. Moving to paragraph 4.22. Andrew Wright states that the impacts of the development have been consistently overstated in the reports to the DM subcommittee, and that the criteria set out in his heritage statement have been substantially and repeatedly ignored. The assessment of the impact of the proposals is a matter of planning judgment and application of policy consideration, and just because I do not agree with the assessment of impact contained in Part 2 of the heritage statement does not mean it was not considered in full. It was. 4.23. My inquiry report clearly shows how the proposals were assessed against the provisions of the Managing Change Guidance, Historic Environment Guidance on setting, which requires applicants to identify the historic assets that might be affected, define the setting of each historic asset, and assess the impact of any new development on this. 4.25. Importantly, the assessment of the impact on setting is considered in the current context. Throughout the appellant's inquiry documents, there is a constant referral to Hamilton's vision or design intent. I would stress that the original setting of the Hamilton building was significantly different to the context today. In addition, all the buildings currently on site were built prior to the building being listed, prior to the conservation area being designated, and prior to the award of World Heritage Site status to the city. I have fully considered the assessment of the appellants with regard to setting as contained in Part 2 of the Heritage Statement. I do not agree that the Hamilton building requires to be framed to enhance its significance. I do not agree with focusing on Hamilton's vision or design intent for the site as a justification for either the removal of the historic buildings on site or the proposed new extensions. I do not believe that the benefits of revealing the retaining wall and Belvedere Tower as significant, as due to the significant extensions proposed, these features would be obscured when viewing the principal elevation. I do not agree that there is no impact with regards to immediate setting, as the western extension will interfere with views from Regent Road to the hill and through the spaces between the Hamilton building and its pavilions. Finally, I disagree that the premises of the listed building will be maintained. I believe that the extensions are inappropriate, obscuring much of the landscape which is integral to the significance of the Hamilton building. Having taken full cognizance of all the relevant documents, my professional opinion is that as a whole, the alterations would adversely affect the setting of the Hamilton building. 4.33. My inquiry report clearly shows how the proposals for demolition were assessed against the tests as set out in SHEP HESP's paragraph 3.48, that applications should only be approved if A. the building is not of special interest, B. the building is incapable of repair, C. the demolition of the building is essential to delivering significant benefits to economic growth or the wider community, or D. the repair of the building is not economically viable and it has been marketed at a price reflecting its location and condition to potential restoring purchasers for a reasonable period.
And I think that those conditions are all linked by or, so they're options. Is that correct?
Pardon? Sorry.
I think that those propositions are all linked by the word or.
Yes.
So they're all options.
They are.
Any one of which would do.
That's correct.
4.34, please.
Prior to addressing the tests, it should be noted that the City of Edinburgh Council has been clear throughout that a case could be made for the removal of the buildings to the east, and that the loss of the classroom block to the northwest could also be acceptable if the proposals for redevelopment satisfied paragraphs 3.47 and 3.48 of HESP's. The principle of losing the lodge has never been accepted. However, contrary to the evidence set out in the appellant's report, City of Edinburgh Council has never said development on the west of the site would not be considered. Simply that the City of Edinburgh Council believed that this would be achieved, could be achieved, whilst retaining the lodge, as evidenced by the pre-application advice given by David Given. 4.35. I do not accept that the case has been made for the demolition of the buildings on site, nor do I accept that the City of Edinburgh Council has elevated the listing of the gymnasium or lodge building. I do accept that these buildings on their own may not merit a listing. However, I would draw attention to a number of key points. First, it is for Historic Environment Scotland to decide what is and what is not listed. The appellant's claims the buildings should not form part of the A listing, and that this was done in error. This is not a point for the City of Edinburgh Council to address. 4.38. In my professional opinion, the City of Edinburgh Council correctly assessed the case for demolition of the gymnasium and lodge, considering them as A-listed with no evidence from HES to the contrary. However, regardless of the category of listing, it is likely that the applicants would have had to address Shep Hesp's paragraph 3.48 Test C, and the tests make no distinction between categories of listing. 4.40. City of Edinburgh Council has always accepted that the gymnasium building might require to be demolished to allow for the successful redevelopment and future use of the site. In my professional opinion, the appellants place too much weight on addressing whether the gymnasium is of special interest in paragraph 3.48 Test A of HESPS. The building is category A listed, and I believe HES have been consistent in their advice of the appropriate method of challenge on this point. I do not believe the appellants make a compelling case for demolition under this test. The proposals as a whole fail to satisfy the test in section 14.2 of the LBCA. In my view, the only special reason to rebut this strong presumption against granting listed building consent would be the economic arguments put forward by the appellants. This is a consideration of Test C, paragraph 3.48 of HESPS. I consider that the appellants have not correctly interpreted Test C of paragraph 3.48 of Shep HESPS. I consider that HESPS is a tool to help guard against the unnecessary demolition of listed buildings, and that the tests set out in HESPS are designed to place the bar for demolition extremely high. In the case of Test C, I consider the word essential to be the key to the assessment. I do not believe the appellants have demonstrated that the proposals are essential in terms of economic growth or wider public benefit, as will be evidenced by Kyle Drummond, CEC 9. And
I think we could leave your recognition there and turn to your rebuttal recognition. And I think there you would want to start at paragraph 2.1.
Paragraph 2, Andrew Wright recognition. Paragraph 2.1. Paragraph 12, referring to the other buildings on site, states that, without exception, they detract from appreciating Hamilton's, highly developed and unified design. I disagree with this assertion with particular reference to the Gate Lodge. This building is a small building designed with reference to the Hamilton building and located subserviently to the west boundary beside the entrance gates. It is well considered and appropriately located, and I do not believe that it negatively impacts on the overall design or setting. The lodge could only be said to interfere with views to and of the Hamilton building from the western approach, and only in very limited and specific locations. Paragraph 2.4. Paragraph 21 states that I maintain that the design approach reinforces strongly how Hamilton intended his building to be seen within the wider landscape setting. I disagree with this statement, as Hamilton intended his building to be set in a landscape not flanked on either side by significant extensions to his building. Paragraph 2.5. Paragraph 23 states that the consented scheme for the music school appears only as a material consideration because the appellant's schemes are deemed to have an adverse or significantly adverse impact on the special interest of the building, and claims that this assessment is prejudicial and flawed. I agree that paragraph 3.47 of HESPS only becomes a consideration for the planning authority if there is an identified adverse or significant adverse impact on the listed building or its setting. However, to trigger this consideration, an assessment of the proposals against the test in section 14.2 of the Planning Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Scotland Act 1997 must be undertaken. If a proposal to extend the building was considered not to have an adverse or significantly adverse impact, then there would be no requirement for the planning authority to consider paragraph 3.47. The hotel proposal, when viewed on its own merits, does not meet the objectives of Section 14.2 or 64.1 of the Planning, Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Scotland Act 1997. 2.6. I strongly rebut to the suggestion in paragraph 24 that the RHSPT scheme was pushed through with undue haste in an attempt to ensure it became a material consideration under paragraph 3.47 of HESPs. I assessed the RHSPT scheme in exactly the same manner as the two hotel proposals and with the same level of scrutiny, concluding that on balance the proposals were acceptable. 2.8. Paragraph 27 states that it cannot be said, therefore, that the proposals would result in a continuing beneficial use for the building with less impact on its special interest. I disagree with this statement. The RHSPT proposals were given proper scrutiny and the changes proposed considered carefully. On balance, it was concluded that the proposals were acceptable. I consider that the RHSPT proposals would result in a continuing beneficial use for the site and would have less impact on the building's special interest than the hotel proposal. Moving to paragraph 4.1, Gordon-Gibb recognition. Paragraph 11 states that with one notable exception, I remain strongly of the opinion that the design of both schemes meets the requirements of these principles. I disagree with this statement. In my professional opinion, the proposals do not comply with any of 5 of the 7 principles. At best, Principle 6 is fully addressed. Moving to section 5.1. Paragraph 3.5 suggests that there was a lack of visible support for their initiative. I rebut this suggestion as the merit in the proposals has been recognised, in particular the finer architectural detail proposed by Hoskins architects in the context of a challenging brief placed upon them. The Planning Authority have been consistent throughout, recognising the challenges, acknowledging the effort of the architects, but concluding that the proposals were simply too big for the highly sensitive location, resulting in adverse impacts on the listed building and its setting. If we move to paragraph 6.3, Hannah Tweedy's recognition. I recognise that defining an analysed setting requires consideration of a number of factors, of which one is how the site was intended to be viewed. Another is how the value attributed to a historic asset by the community or wider public may influence the sensitivity of its setting. 6.5. Paragraph 3.17 suggests that the Hamilton Building needs the new wings to help frame views of the Hamilton Building, reasserting its prominence. I disagree that the Hamilton Building needs framed. The original frame for the Hamilton Building was the landscape setting which formed part of the architectural whole. I cannot agree with the implication that the Hamilton Building is not presently visually prominent on site, yet would be in the context of new extensions. Section 9, Roger Maskell recognition, paragraph 9.2. Paragraph 1.15 states that the aim of City of Edinburgh Council has been to resist visible change and indirect impacts within the site, particularly to the west, and the setting of the listed building, to the extent that the new build form should not be seen in relation to the listed building. This is not correct. As evidenced by David Given's pre-application advice, City of Edinburgh Council clearly set out what the appropriate scale of development to both the east and west would be. To the east, this represented a significant intervention. To the west, it was more modest but not invisible in relation to the listed building. 9.3. Paragraph 1.16 states that this suggests that the space around the building, and in particular the former Western Playground, are of such importance and value to the significance of the listed building that change there must be prevented, even if at the expense of causing direct harm to the original fabric and form of Hamilton's building. This is not a correct representation of the Council's position, and I would refer again to the pre-application advice provided by David Given. Finally, paragraph 9.5. Paragraph 1.18 states that direct interventions to Hamilton's work and the listed building itself are minimised. I disagree with this statement, as once again it fails to acknowledge the extensions themselves as direct interventions.
Thank you very much, Mr. McMeekin. Thank you, sirs.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Steele, would you like to ask some questions?
One or two, thank you, sir. Mr. McMeekin, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Could I ask you, please, to go to page 11 of your report, and I'll only be referring in this cross-examination to your report and not your precognition. Now, at page 11, do we see that we go from paragraph 6.27 back to paragraph 6.1?
I see that.
Is there a particular reason for that, Mr. McMeekin?
Not that I'm aware.
It does mean, therefore, that there are two section 6, which makes it quite difficult to follow. Would you accept that?
I accept that, yes.
So when I take you to paragraph numbers, we'll need to make sure which particular version we're looking at. Would that be right? And secondly, if we go to page 27, do we see that you go from paragraph 6.85 to paragraph 6.113? Was there a particular reason for that, or was something just cut out, or what happened?
I'm not very good with Word. No. I don't think there's anything sinister in it.
Sirs, I wonder if I could interrupt just for a moment. I have the same problem with jumping from 6.85 to 6.113, and I have no idea what the reason is. But I don't have the same difficulty earlier on. My 6, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 don't appear to have a break. But I don't know which copy anyone else has. Silly me.
I think that's making the point for me. Sorry.
It might help if we use page numbering as well as we go through it. Unless those...
I'm just pausing in case there's another version of this document from Word floating around that I don't have.
It looks to me as if page 11, the 6s start again.
Well, that's certainly the way that I have it, sir. But it's unlike my learned friend to make any errors, so I'm just wondering whether he's got a better verse than the rest of us. Mr. McMeekin, can you just confirm that you and I have the same document, page 11, we jump from 627 to 61? So that you and I can...
That
That's correct.
I've got it wrong. My one does jump, I just haven't been looking at the right one.
Right, okay, that's right.
We're all on the same pages.
If not the same paragraphs. Right, Mr. McMeekin, on to more serious matters, possibly. Firstly, when were you first in the gymnasium building for the purposes of this inquiry?
The first time I was given access to the inside of the gymnasium building was on the site visit with the reporters.
Indeed. And does it follow from that that at the time that you were writing your reports and evaluating the importance or otherwise of the gym building, you hadn't actually been inside it?
There may have been some crossover between the two.
Well, at the time that you were writing your reports to committee?
Apologies, yes. No, I had not been inside it.
So you could have had no or little idea as to the internal fabric of the building because you simply hadn't been in there?
That would be correct.
Now, in relation to the main Hamilton building, on how many occasions have you been inside that, and when was the first time you were inside that building?
can't give you an exact number, but it would be double figures. And the very first time I was inside it was potentially 2009, 2010 with the developer and Hoskins Architects.
So that you have good knowledge, or reasonably good knowledge, of the interiors of that building, which will be helpful to us, I hope, this afternoon. Is that correct?
I hope so, yes.
Are you a qualified architect?
I am not a qualified architect.
And have you ever carried out a heritage impact assessment yourself?
No, I have not carried out a heritage impact assessment.
Now, we've heard a bit yesterday and today about the advice given in name of Mr. Girvan. We can look at the document if necessary, but for present purposes, can you confirm the extent of your involvement with that issuing of advice?
Mr. Given was my team manager at the time of the advice being given, and as with applications, we work as a team to analyse and assess sites, so my involvement was to give my professional opinion.
Do I take it then that what's in that document, the reference number 383, represents your professional opinion?
To an extent.
Well, we'll return to the detail of that later, but do you accept that that was issued as advice to the developer in the name of the officials and the department of the City of Edinburgh Council?
I accept that it's pre-application advice, and it states that at the beginning of the document.
And that it was issued by the relevant department of Edinburgh Council, including yourself?
I would accept that.
Thank you. Now, I think it's a matter of agreement between the parties as to the importance of the main Hamilton building. Is that so, Mr. McMeekan?
Yes, I would agree with that.
I would hope that you can accept, briefly, that putting that building back into productive use and restoring it, it carries very significant advantages.
Subject to a full assessment of the impacts and a balanced assessment of the proposals, yes, I agree with that.
Well, I'm taking it a stage at a time so I can understand it. So far as the main building is concerned, the proposals which ensure reuse and preservation and enhancement are factors significantly in favour of the overall proposal. There may be other factors that we'll look at later, but that's a significant advantage, is it not?
I would say finding new uses for vacant listed buildings is always a positive.
But that must be even more so here, given the importance of this building and the history of it over the last 50 years. Would that not be fair?
I would agree with that.
Thank you. And insofar as the relevant tests are concerned, which you've helpfully identified in your main proof of taking the matter short, the desirability of preserving the building or enhancing the appearance of the building and so on and so forth. I can give you the detail if you need be. Can we agree that so far as the main Hamilton building is concerned, we are consistent with these aims and ambitions of Section 14 of the Act, Section 64 of the Act, and the relevant development plan policies? I'm trying to take this fairly quickly, because I don't think this will be a matter of dispute between us so far as the main building is concerned. Would that be fair?
Well, sir, I hesitate to interrupt, but I'm not sure that that is fair. It includes Section 64, which has nothing to do with the principal question as I understand it. Section 64 is to do with conservation areas. The question was more narrowly focused than that. He was looking at the relevant tests under HESPs.
Right. Well, let's take it more. Let's take it more slowly in that case. So far as Section 14 is concerned, and I'm referencing your report, Mr. McMeekan, that requires one to have regard to the special regard to the desirability of preserving the building. I'm not going to ask you about setting at the moment, but it's preserving the building and its features of special architectural and historic interest which it possesses. So far as that part is concerned, we gain support, do we not?
No, I disagree with that.
Mr McMeekin, I'm only asking you about the main Hamilton building.
I would contend that the two extensions are relevant to that particular part, the building and the historic and architectural features.
Yeah. Well, let's just take it a stage at a time so I can understand it. Let us talk only about the work that we propose to the main Hamilton building. We will have no fear. We'll come on to the bedroom wing shortly. But so far as the main building is concerned, we must surely gain support from Section 14 of the Act, insofar as that aspect is concerned.
No, I fundamentally disagree with that position.
Why is that?
And because the extensions are extensions to an A-listed building. That doesn't necessarily require an assessment of setting. It requires an assessment of the impact of those extensions on the listed building and its integrity and its character.
Well, let's take it even more slowly. The first issue is desirability of preserving the building. Do we or do we not preserve the main Hamilton building?
I think you bring the building back into use. I do not think you preserve it.
Well, by bringing the building back into use, and by carrying out the works which you're familiar with, and I can go into in detail, surely, Mr McMeekin, we will be preserving that building. We'll be sorting out the rot, the wet rot, the dry rot, ceilings falling in and the like. Surely it's not going too far to agree that we'll be preserving that building.
I think it is worth breaking it down into various elements of the proposals, because I agree that certain elements of the proposals respect the Hamilton building, but I cannot accept the fundamental principle that the extensions to the Hamilton building preserve the building.
Mr McMeekin, I am not asking you about the extensions at this moment. I'm asking you about the main Hamilton building as is at the moment. Can you accept that we are preserving that main building?
I can accept for the most part internally you're preserving the building. I still will not or cannot accept that the extensions to the listed building do anything to preserve the building.
Mr McMeekin, I'm not asking you about the extensions at the moment. Now, I don't know if you're going to get assistance from across the room that you're looking for, but could we possibly just concentrate on the question?
I wasn't looking for assistance.
Is that me, Mr. Steele? Because
I looked in their direction. I don't even know, Miss Coburn.
Can we please just concentrate on the question? Now, so far as the Hamilton building is concerned, involve reuse and preservation of that particular building, do they not?
They involve reuse of the building, yes.
Now, is it going too far to jump to the next stage that we're actually preserving that building?
In the purest sense of the word, you're preserving the building.
Thank you. And is that precise point made in the report to committee, about which I will ask details of the next witness, but you'll be aware of what's in the report to committee?
Yes.
Yeah. And that very point is made in that report, is it not?
That the proposals preserve the building, its setting, that the proposals preserve the building, or that the proposals offer a new use for the building?
I think, without looking at it, the precise wording is that the importance of putting the building back into reuse and enhancing the building cannot be overstated. I think these are the precise words in the report. Do you recollect that?
Is this my report or Miss Park's report?
Do you recollect that, Mr. McMeekin? If you don't recollect it, just say so.
I recollect that bringing the building back into use is acknowledged as being an important point.
Thank you. That's all I was really asking you, Alan. We could have saved a lot of time if you'd accepted that some time ago. I'm really trying to speed through this as quickly as I can. There may be controversial matters we're coming to, but I'd really hoped these were not controversial. So if you can answer the question quickly, we'll make much more progress. If you want to take a long time, so be it. Now, do you accept that opening the original doorway out onto the portico is a particular advantage of the proposal?
Of all proposals, yes.
And preserving the south facade is also an advantage?
Of the hotel proposals, it is a positive, yes.
Thank you. And restoring the rooms which have been subdivided by the PSA to their original format is also an advantage?
I would say that represents minor conservation gain, yes.
Well, minor or not, it is a gain or an advantage, is that so?
A minor one, yes.
Now, again, I'm going to try and take this fairly briefly, Mr. McMeehan. Hamilton's original intention was to have no other buildings on the site, is that correct?
As I understand it, yes.
And so if we remove the 4 buildings in question, and you know the ones I'm talking about, then they would be restoring the setting to the original Hamilton intentions. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
And hopefully we don't need to go to it, but the document issued by Mr. Girvan and your department accepted the possibility of demolition of all 4 of those buildings, subject, of course, to appropriate justification, which we'll be looking at shortly.
I accept that.
Now, the appropriate justification is to be found now within HESPs. Is that so?
For the demolition?
And or extension. That's the relevant test from your point of view, or that document contains the relevant tests so far as your particular expertise is concerned. Does it not?
My starting point for assessment would probably be managing change guidance.
Well, within HESPs there's a section headed Determination of Applications. Do you say that that has relevance or not? Is that the material consideration, and is that the way in which the reporters and the ministers should look at the matter, or do you say they should look at it in another way? It is document 498.
Which paragraph, please?
Page 35.
Yep.
There's a section headed Determination of Applications.
Got it. Thank you.
Now, can we not agree that that is the relevant section that we should be looking at here in an inquiry dealing with the determination of not applications but appeals? Is this not the relevant section?
I'd accept that.
Thank you. If we look at 346, could I firstly ask you to read that out, paragraph 3.46?
Where a proposal involves alteration or adaptation which will sustain or enhance the beneficial use of the building and does not adversely affect the special interest of the building, consent should normally be granted.
So that, can we agree about this, that if there's no adverse effect, consent should normally be granted?
Normally.
And if there is adverse effect, one has to read on to the following tests.
Yes, with the provision that 3.47 are not tests.
Well, how would you characterise them then?
Considerations for planning authorities.
Very good. Right, well, let me not refer to them as tests again. Let me refer to them in that fashion. (347) relates to alteration or adaptation where there will be adverse or significantly adverse impacts on special interest. Is that so?
Yes, sir.
And can we agree this is a matter of principle, that even if there was to be significantly adverse effect or impact, on the special interests, nevertheless, the consent may be given having carefully considered tests A through to D.
If there is a reason to rebut Section 14 of the Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act and the presumption to refuse listed building consent, I would agree. Do
these things not go hand in hand? Is this not the guidance that exists as to how the matters to be looked at? Is this not what should guide us in the determination of these matters?
To guide us, yes.
And in relation to 348, 348 deals with the questions of demolition, does it not?
It does.
And that sets out that planning authorities should therefore only approve such applications where they are satisfied that one of the 4 tests has been met. Is that so?
Yes, sir.
Right. Well, I wonder if we can now try and cut down matters between us a bit, because so far as 348A is concerned, do I understand that you accept that at least 2 of the buildings fall into that category and therefore there is no difficulty? I can take you to your paragraph number.
Yeah, I accept that, the luncheon block
right.
and the classroom block.
Just remind me which the 2 buildings are.
The luncheon block and the classroom block.
And so far as the other 2, the gym and the lodge, in your opinion at least, other tests will have to be considered.
Yes. Other tests would have to be used to try to justify the demolition, yes.
Now that you've been in the gymnasium building, do you accept there is somewhat of a disrepair within the gym building itself? To say the very least.
I found it more interesting than I thought it would. But internally I didn't expect to find much anyway.
Well, were you disappointed?
No, I think I was pleasantly surprised.
Because the interior of that building has been somewhat modelled and remodelled over time, has it not?
I think that's the case with a lot of listed buildings.
Well, I'm not interested in other ones. I'm only interested in this one, Mr McMeekin. So far as the gym is concerned, that building has been hashed about a bit, to put it in popular terms, has it not?
Yes, but I don't think its interior is what gives it value.
But it is a factor that should be borne in mind, is it not?
Not in this instance, no. I think a lot of school buildings that are very functional internally.
Well, how many school buildings do you know that have fully equipped cells in the basement? None that I've been to, I'm glad to say.
I was going to say I'm from Dundee, so quite a few, but
I think you win that one, Mr. McMeekin. But on a serious note, it is obvious that the building has been seriously altered, hasn't it?
I accept that.
And whatever use it has as a gymnasium building or a school building, it has been rather altered away from that as a result of more modern alterations and interventions.
Yes.
And forgive me, I should have asked you at the outset that so far as economic issues are concerned, can we agree that firstly, that's a matter for the second session, and secondly, that you're entirely reliant on another witness, I think it's Mr. Kyle Drummond, who you referred to on several occasions, and therefore I should ask questions of economic issues of him at the appropriate time.
I would agree that,
Right,
Kyle.
so anything that you say in your evidence about economic issues, we can leave to one side for another day.
Unless you want to discuss Test C, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't see the advice that and information that Kyle provides us as planning officers as anything different from the advice provided to us by heritage experts or architects in coming to an assessment.
Mr. McMeekin, that's not the point that I'm making to you. The point I'm making to you is that economic matters are not for consideration at this session of the inquiry, and you're not the correct witness.
Okay, then I accept that.
That's the only point I'm trying to make. I'll ask Mr. Drummond questions at the appropriate time. I'm just trying to cut down matters and make progress. It neatly takes me to 3.48D. And you heard the evidence of Mr. Leslie yesterday in relation to the second leg of that test. And so far as the first leg of the test is concerned, that really relates to economic viability, which is for session 2, which we'll leave over. Are we agreed to that?
Yes.
And so far as C is concerned, the question there really is one for economic issues and the benefit to be given, and that is almost entirely for the second session dealing with economics. Is that so?
Yes.
Save for this, that what we might be able to agree, I hope, Mr. McMeekin, is that one benefit to the wider community will be access to the main Hamilton building. That would be a benefit, wouldn't it?
Could you define wider community?
Well, it's a Historic Scotland document, and I'm not sure that there is a definition section dealing with wider community. I think we'll just have to proceed with common sense in that, Mr. McMeekin. Any member of the public would be entitled to walk into the main Hamilton building for the first time on an unrestricted basis since it was built. Is that not correct? Because for its first period of use it was a school, and access would have been restricted, and since then access has been entirely restricted, and currently there is no access unless we're going in for site visits or you're a security guard.
In theory, I accept that point. In reality, I do not accept that a normal member of the public would be inclined to walk into a luxury hotel.
That option is open to any member of the public to do that, isn't it?
It would be.
And that is in direct and stark comparison with the position at the current time.
Yes.
And on any view, that must be an advantage, must it not?
Access to the building would be an advantage in any proposal, yes.
Thank you. If I can take you back then to 347 Well, perhaps just wrapping up that then in relation to 348, we have agreed in relation to demolition that 2 buildings can immediately be demolished, well, not absolutely immediately, because we might need the paperwork, but it can be demolished in terms of A. 348A. That's the lunchroom, our lunch block, and the classroom block.
Without acceptable proposals, no.
Sorry?
I don't accept that you could just knock the buildings down without proposals being put forward that were acceptable.
I'm perhaps trying to go too quickly, Mr McMeekin, it's my fault. In the current circumstances, you are content that paragraph 348A would justify the demolition of the lunchroom and the classroom block. Is that not correct? Take you to precise paragraph in your proof if you want.
Oh no, I accept that I have said that they could be removed, but I didn't say that in the context of nothing happening.
And indeed, you say in your proof that it would be a benefit to the Hamilton building to have them removed, because they are, you don't say this, but the truth of the matter is they're an eyesore.
If you're in the site, they're an eyesore. I mean, the luncheon block, I don't think you can see unless you're in the site.
Regardless of that, you say in your proof that it would be an advantage to the Hamilton building to remove them. Do you not?
Yes, in the context of acceptable proposals.
Insofar as other issues are concerned, that would be dependent on economic arguments about which we'll hear in session 2.
With the caveat that the proposals have to be acceptable.
And if our economic arguments are accepted, and that's an if, then we would meet test C or D, would we not?
You didn't approach the application on test D. And it was marketed in 2010, so I couldn't possibly comment on the current situation. But with regards to test C...
Pardon?
But with regards to test C, you couldn't demolish the buildings without acceptable proposals.
Well, clearly. Much will depend on the economic arguments in the second session.
To meet one of the requirements of the test, but not to address the fact that there are proposals that are unacceptable.
And where does it say that in the tests, Mr McMeekin? Where does it say that in paragraph 3.48?
Well, I'm assuming that you couldn't actually demolish the buildings without proposals that were acceptable being the trigger.
But that's without having the necessary application in, obviously. But these are the factors that have to be weighed in the balance in deciding whether demolition can take place to enable the development to proceed. Is that not so?
If the proposals were to have an adverse impact on the building or its setting, the economic factors may be the reason to rebut that, but I do not accept that they would be an automatic trigger for demolition.
Because you'd have to weigh everything in the balance, wouldn't you?
As with every proposal, yes, sir.
Now, insofar as the alteration or adaptation is concerned at 347, A, we have to consider the relative importance of the special interest of the building, and so far as the Hamilton building is concerned, it could not really be a greater special interest, could it?
No, and I accept that Mr. Wright has undertaken that assessment.
And that what we seek to do is to preserve that building, the Hamilton building, the structure of that Hamilton building.
By your definition of preserve, yes.
Thank you. B, we then need to consider the scale of the impact on the proposals on that special interest. Now, there are two considerations there, are there not? One is the scale of the impact on the proposals of the existing building itself. Firstly, would you accept that?
I accept that.
And can we agree that these are positive because of the works that we intend to do?
No, we can't.
I'm coming on to the wings later, which I know is what I suspect, is what you're thinking about. But so far as the main fabric of the building is concerned, can we not agree that that would be a positive? Because what I'm just to assist you, the second point I'm going to put you on is this: we then have to assess the impact from the wings.
No, I wouldn't accept that it's all positive. I would accept, I mean, there are elements of the proposals, such as the link buildings on the rear elevation, the alterations to the assembly hall. These are not positive alterations. But on balance, we have accepted the need for circulation space, and that an assembly hall doesn't really cater for most uses proposed. So I don't accept that all the alterations to the fabric are positive.
Can we take it this way then, Mr McMeekin, that Wade looked at in the round the advantage, and I hear what you say, but the balance of advantage actually is in favour, and there are more positives than negatives in relation to the main structure of the building?
But I don't believe you're looking at it in the round. You're looking purely at the Hamilton building, and that is not... I am
looking at the Hamilton building in the round, weighing up the advantages and disadvantages to the main Hamilton building itself. I'm coming on to the wings in a second.
That is not an approach I recognise.
Well, just humour me. Let's just try it, Mr McMeekin. Can we not agree that there are clear advantages to the special interest of the main Hamilton building itself from our proposal? And I'll come on to the wings in a minute.
No, because I don't accept that setting doesn't contribute significantly to the special interest of the building.
Well, that's the second point I'm going to make. I'm not suggesting it doesn't.
Yeah, but you asked me about the special interest.
Yeah, I'm taking it in stages. There are two aspects to the special interest. One, the building itself, and the second one may be the setting to the building. So if we just deal with it in two stages so I can understand it, so far as the main building is concerned, can we not agree that it is a positive of our proposals, an advantage?
There are elements that are positive.
Thank you. So far as the wings are concerned, the hotel bedrooms, that is a matter that will have to be judged by the reporters having heard all the evidence. Is that not so?
With regards to the building or setting, are we still on the building?
No, as to regards to the effect that the wings may have on the building itself.
Yeah, that's a matter of professional judgment.
Yes. Some people may love them and think it enhances the setting. Others may tell us they look like gasworks in Glasgow. It's a matter of judgment, isn't it?
It is, but I mean, Granton Gas Holder is one of my favourite buildings, so I don't think saying something looks like a gasworks is a negative thing. You just wouldn't put it necessarily on Carlton Hill.
See, so was I entirely wrong to think that Miss Waldron was being negative about our building when she suggested it was a gasworks in Glasgow? I thought she was trying to be critical. Maybe I'm entirely wrong.
Depends on your view on gasworks.
In any event, Mr McMeekin, that will be a matter of professional judgment, will it not?
I agree with that.
And C, I'm going to leave until later, because I'm going to look at that in very considerable detail later under a separate chapter of cross-examination. So, in relation to all of these issues, can we agree this, that much will depend on the economic arguments, firstly, and also quite a bit will depend on the professional judgment as to the impact, if any, of the bedroom wings?
I see the economic side of things as the only way to rebut to the presumption against granting listed building consent in this instance. I accept that professional judgment must be used to assess the impact of the wings, and I think there's a very large divergence of opinions on that.
Well, what about this situation, Mr McMeekin? What would be the situation if the view was taken that the wings were so attractive, as described by Professor Taverner, that the opinion was that they would actually enhance the setting of the main Hamilton building? What would be the situation then?
Is attractive not very subjective, sir?
If that view was taken by the reporters, which is a view that's open to them, what then do you say about the HESP tests?
I'm sorry, I've never heard of a building being described as attractive. I must have missed that.
Well, we can go to his particular wording if you want, but that was the effect of his evidence, was it not?
I will take your word for that. I must have missed that part of his evidence.
If that was the opinion formed by the reporters and the decision makers, that there would be an advantage to the setting because of the nature and the quality of the design and the materials and the like, would they also be entitled to rely on that in being satisfied that the HESP tests had been met?
No, I don't think they would be. Do you mean section 3.48?
Pardon?
Are you referring to the demolition tests?
No, I'm referring to 3.47, the scale of the impacts on the proposals on that special interest. If it was thought that there was a beneficial impact on the special interest, that was something that would weigh in favour of the proposals, would it not?
Well, that's a matter of professional judgment for the reporters.
Yes, indeed. That's why I put to you that much will depend on the economic evidence that we're to hear later and matters of professional judgment as to the suitability or otherwise of the hotel wings.
I accept that.
Now, can we look in a little bit more detail, please, at your evidence? Turning to page 12 at section 6. At 6.4, you accept in principle the link blocks because they're a lightweight intervention, as I understand it.
I accept it in the context of the proposals, yeah. I wouldn't necessarily accept it as a general principle.
At 6.5, you accept or find to be justified the proposals for the north elevation and the main hotel entrance to give access. Do you not?
I do, yes.
And you've no difficulty with the issue of the portico at 6.6.
As in turning it into a viewing platform.
Well, for the reasons that you've set out there, it's both the use as a viewing platform and the precise mechanism for so doing, the railings and the entrance door and the like. These are positives, aren't they?
Yes, I accept that's a positive impact.
And you also accept as a positive conservation benefit reinstatement of the retaining wall and the Belvedere, that being the northern retaining wall, don't you?
With the caveat that I don't think it's a significant conservation gain.
Well, I'm not going to quibble with you as to the use of the word significant, but we are in agreement that exposing that north retaining wall and the Belvedere after all these years, I can't quite remember how many years, but many, 130 possibly, is a conservation advantage.
It's a minor conservation benefit, yes.
And can we also agree that it would improve the setting of the main Hamilton building?
No, we can't.
Really? Why not, Mr. McMeekin? If we look at that factor in isolation, which is reinstatement of the retaining wall and the Belvedere, looking at in isolation, is that not obviously an improvement to the setting of the main original Hamilton building?
My understanding of setting is how you appreciate, experience and understand something. I think from an understanding perspective I would accept that. From an appreciation or an experience, I can't see where you would have a significant improvement on setting. I don't understand how you could be standing between a retaining wall and a 5-6-story building and have a positive experience.
Well, let me just move you forward or back a bit, as the case may be. Let me put you in front of the main Hamilton building. For the first time in a long time, the original Hamilton-designed retaining wall will be visible.
From where?
Standing outside what will become, hopefully, the main entrance to the hotel.
So you mean to the rear of the Hamilton building?
I mean in the north side. Standing outside at the front doors of the hotel, as will be, maybe, you've got, it's a completely different setting to that which is there at the moment, surely.
I think the retaining wall is an area of secondary significance. I accept Mr. Wright's evidence that it was a part of the Hamilton's original vision, but at no point would we ever force somebody to reinstate such a feature as a planning authority. And standing in that particular part of the site, looking at a wall, how does that improve the setting of the Hamilton building? I can accept it from long distances how it was intended to be viewed. I do not accept standing to the rear when you have two new link buildings on the rear elevation, plus extensions on either side which join into the rear of the building, that there is an improvement on the setting.
Mr. McMeekin, I'm trying to take this in stages. Insofar as the current circumstances are concerned, there is a classroom building which, frankly, you admit would be better not there because it affects the setting of the building. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
So we remove that building and have instead the retaining wall. Surely that is an improvement to setting. That's the very reason you want that classroom building away, to improve the setting, surely.
That statement, the removal of that building in isolation, I agree with. Within the context of proposals for extensions either side of the Hamilton building, it depends completely on where you're located. And I think that that's true of any point.
Mr. McMeekin, I understand that you're very keen to mention the wings. I understand that. But I'm just trying to take this in stages, because there'll be advantages in this proposal and there'll be disadvantages in this proposal. Can you not accept that one of the advantages arises to setting from reinstating the retaining wall and the Belvedere? These surely are obviously advantages.
I think I've already accepted their minor conservation benefit.
And benefits to setting as well? Or are you including setting within the conservation benefits?
I don't accept that results in an improvement on the setting of the Hamilton building. It would improve the setting of the Hamilton building if you were returning it to Hamilton's original design intent and vision, but you're not.
Now, insofar as the internal spaces are concerned, I trust you accept that we are taking out the PSA subdivisions in the way that we've talked about earlier, and that that will be an advantage of the proposal, or one of the advantages of the proposal?
I accept again its minor conservation benefit, yes.
Mr. Steele, if I'm detecting a pause, that would be a good time.
Sorry, sir, I had no idea what the time was. I'm very happy to do that.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's take a break then until 3:15. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
It takes me back, this word proof. Inquiry report.
Well, inquiry report, I'm sorry, yes. And it's paragraph 6.170. And the last sentence is in these terms: demolition of these buildings, regardless of alternative proposals, would have a positive impact on the setting of the listed building and the character and appearance of the conservation area. Now, is that not just exactly the point that I was putting to you earlier, that there would be a positive impact on the setting, including the setting of the retaining wall and, to a lesser extent, the belvedere?
I think alternative proposals suggest that proposals should be in place.
Well, you're missing out two important words, surely, Mr. McMeekin. It says regardless of alternative proposals. What did you mean when you wrote regardless of alternative proposals? What does that mean?
I would say that's careless.
Well, let's just look at what it actually says, which is the basis I've prepared this. That actually means, notwithstanding or having no regard to any other proposals, demolition would have a positive effect, wouldn't it? That's what it says.
Yes, but I think my point is that you couldn't actually trigger 3.48 of HESPs.
Why could you not apply for demolition of these two buildings in isolation and thereby have a positive effect on the setting of the building? Why couldn't you do that?
In Test A.
Pardon?
Sorry, in Test A.
In what, sorry? Well, you tell us that in having regard to Test A, demolition, regardless of any other proposals, would have a positive impact. Why could we not therefore, or somebody therefore, putting in an application for demolition of the two buildings, invoke Test A in exactly the way that you've said here, without any other proposals? Why couldn't they?
Okay, I accept that maybe perhaps you could.
Well, there's no perhaps about it. You absolutely could, couldn't you?
I don't imagine it's ever been tested.
And furthermore, if your evidence is to be believed here, you would support that because it would have a positive impact on the main Hamilton building.
I accept that those buildings do not have a positive impact on the setting of the Hamilton building.
And without the buildings, did you say earlier that it would open up views from the west to the northern facade of the building? And that would be a benefit?
No, I think you said that.
Sorry?
I thought it was you that said that, not me, but I might be wrong.
Well, I thought you said it, Mr. McMeekin, but regardless of what was the position earlier, what is your position now? Would there be a benefit to opening up the views from west to east of the northern facade of the Hamilton building?
With regards to the classroom block that you're obviously referring to, from certain points, more of the Hamilton building and retaining wall would be visible.
And is it going too far to agree that that's an advantage?
It's a very minor advantage, yes.
It's an advantage, isn't it?
A minor advantage.
And in that regard, if one is having regard to the view from the west, removing the lodge house would also have a similar advantage. There may be other issues to be considered as well, but from the point of view of views west to east, along the facade, that would be an advantage.
If you were leaving the Hamilton building untouched, I agree, but you're not.
Thank you. And you've also said removing that building would improve the setting of the listed building as well, haven't you?
Which building are you referring to now? Sorry, sir.
I'm referring to the one that you're referring to at 617, namely the classroom block.
Okay, the classroom block, yes.
Now, the difficulty of this, Mr. McMeehan, that if we were to follow precisely the advice in this document CD 383, having removed that building, namely the classroom block, according to that advice, we would replace it with another building with a footplate at least twice as big. I think it's actually a bit more than twice as big, which would more greatly impede the view and affect the setting of the Hamilton building. If you look at the last page of this...
Sorry, I was looking at it as a whole. Yes, I see that.
And does that really not give even more force, if it's needed, to Mr. Andrew Wright's point that that building should be pushed further forward to retain the advantage of opening up the views to the north facade? Any such footplate? Do you see that? That would meet both requirements, if you know what I mean.
Sorry, I understand what you're saying. I guess that depends on whether you consider the north elevation or the west elevation to be more significant in regards to setting.
Well, the problem is this, Mr. McMeehan, that the building, as proposed in 383, obscures not only the north elevation, but a good portion of the west elevation as well, doesn't it?
Yes, but that is pre-application advice, and I think, as you and your team have indicated, a huge amount of research and understanding for the site has been done since and during that time to try and inform design proposals. Now, my view would be that if you're looking at that specific location, yes, you would obscure elements of setting, but if you bring the building forward and make it bigger, you would obscure more of the setting.
Well, let's just take it a stage at a time again so I can understand it. If we move any such building forward, that would retain the view west to east to the northern facade and the temple, wouldn't it?
Sorry, is this a hypothetical exercise? Yes.
Do you want me to repeat the question? If we take the building, the new building that's been identified on this plan to replace the classroom block and move it further south, that would retain the view west to east to the north facade in the way that Mr. Wright explained, and that would be an advantage, wouldn't it?
No, because the lodge would still be there.
Well, even better then, if we removed the lodge, that would have the advantage of opening up that view as well, wouldn't it?
That would be one consideration in a series of considerations in an assessment, and I think it reduces the value of the lodge.
Yeah. And can we agree this, Mr. McMeehan, as you've rightly identified, a lot more research has been done, and there is an advantage to being able to see west to east, up the northern part of the site towards the main Hamilton building and the temple in particular. That is an advantage.
From select locations and not including the proposed development, I agree.
And To achieve that, involves moving the proposed building footprint coloured pink or so in a generally southerly direction.
Well, you wouldn't, because the lodge is still part of these drawings.
Yes, and unless, of course, the lodge is also removed.
Sorry, I thought we were referring to the actual advice given, and in this drawing that I have, the lodge is retained.
Well, 2 points on that. Firstly, if we move the pink colour further south, that will preserve views from west to east, will it not?
When standing where?
Either due south of the lodge or to the east of the lodge.
If you're standing due south of the lodge, I think you would get very limited views of the temple.
And in any event, does this document not precisely anticipate that the lodge may also be demolished if there's sufficient justification?
If benefits provide sufficient justification, that is what it suggests.
That's exactly what it says. And one of those justifications may be opening up the entire view from west to east to enable you to see the Hamilton building and the temple. That might be a factor in favour of it.
I disagree with that completely.
Well, what do you disagree with? As a matter of fact, Mr Mimican, if the lodge wasn't there and the pink building footprint was moved south, one would have a clear view. I can take you to the montages if need be, from west to east to the main temple building and north facade, wouldn't we?
Yes, but those are areas of secondary significance. I don't think a huge amount of weight should be placed on that.
Can we agree that the amount of weight is a matter for the reporters, but can we agree that that is an advantage of doing that? There may be other factors to be weighed in the balance, but that would be an advantage.
Simply removing those buildings looking from a certain point to a certain point, I can accept that, but I don't accept the principle.
Thank you. Now, Mr Mimican, can we look, please, back at the HESPS test? I said we'd come back to it. 3.47C. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
And can we agree that there are two limbs or tests within that paragraph that one has to consider?
Yes.
And the first question for consideration is whether there's another option or options which would ensure a continued beneficial use. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And what meaning do you attach to the words would ensure?
Nothing that we would assess in planning terms.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr McMeekan, but this is a Historic Environmental Scotland document, and this is a material consideration, is it not?
Yes, it is, but I do not understand how there's any possibility that we would ensure a continuing beneficial use.
Well, just take this a step at a time so I understand it. Do you say that you paid no consideration to that limb of test 3.47C in considering the relevant applications? Because you thought it wasn't relevant.
I didn't say it wasn't relevant.
What weight do you say we should attach to it?
I think that's for the reporters to judge, but my reading of that would be that would be able to ensure. I can't even guarantee that the hotel could go ahead, sir. I have no level of experience in that. You would have to ask an economic expert.
Are you saying you've got nothing to tell us about the appropriateness of these words, or what they might mean or how they might apply in this case? Is that your position?
I don't think deliverability of proposals is ever a planning consideration.
But it is in terms of this test, Mr McMeekin, surely.
I accept that it is there, and I accept that the wording is would ensure, but I do not have an answer to how that could be assessed or controlled through planning.
Do I take it, therefore, that you have not considered or weighed this issue in the balance when evaluating the relevant proposals?
I have no reason to doubt that the relevant proposals would be delivered.
Which are the relevant proposals to which you refer?
Well, the proposals that are before this inquiry, the 2 hotel proposals and the music school proposal.
Well, let's see what you actually say about it in your proof of evidence. Do you say this at page 47.3? I acknowledge that this does not ensure that the use could or would be delivered. Did you say that?
Sorry, which paragraph was it, sir?
Page 40, paragraph 7.3.
Yes, I have said that.
And did you also hear the evidence of Mr. Leslie, the director, yesterday? Were you here then?
I was, sir.
Yeah. Can we very briefly agree, hopefully without the need to going any further, that the other option of the music school fails the first consideration because one cannot ensure that the music school will provide a continuing beneficial use? That's a simple fact of the matter, isn't it? I can go into chapter and verse if needs be.
You would have to ask our economic advisor on whether that could be addressed. I am not an expert in economics or viability of proposals.
I'm not asking about economics, Mr. McMeekin. I'm asking you about what we discussed yesterday, that there is a legally binding contract with another party, namely my clients, who have full legal control over the site. And in these circumstances, there is not the remotest possibility of the music school proceeding or you being able to ensure a continuing beneficial use by virtue of the music school, is there?
I accept that.
And therefore, the music school proposal fails the first limb of 3.4c before we even get on to discuss the impact, does it not? That is fair, isn't it?
And it wouldn't be a consideration if there was proposals that were acceptable before the planning authority.
Question I asked you, Mr. McMeekin. Could you please answer the question?
My answer is that we cannot ensure.
And therefore, the music school proposal fails the first hurdle of 3.47 because, as you've very fairly said, we cannot ensure a continuing beneficial use by the music school. That's correct.
No, I said couldn't ensure. I didn't say that it wasn't a beneficial use.
Mr. McMeekin, this could go on for a long time. The test is ensuring a continued beneficial use. We cannot ensure, you cannot ensure a continuing beneficial use for the trust proposal for reasons which we've explored, namely a legal contract in favour of my clients. Is that not accurate?
Yes.
And therefore, that proposal is irrelevant for current purposes because it's failed that test.
In part.
Being the first part. Is that so?
Yes.
Now, let us also then, if we may, go on to consider, for completeness, less impact on its special interest. And could we look, please, at the relevant report, 757. Mr. McMicken, were you I think I did ask you this earlier, but I'm getting late in the afternoon, but you were involved in the Trust's proposal and application, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And as a result of which, you understood and wrote at 6, I need to check which 6, yeah, page 28, 6118, that one of the advantages of the music school, or the Trust's proposal to be accurate, was the restoration and reveal of the Belvedere.
Are we on my report now, rather than the committee report?
I'm on your inquiry report.
Yes, sorry.
Now, at the time that you wrote that, did you fully understand what was actually intended for the Belvedere?
Yes.
Did you realise that part of the Belvedere, the precise extent is unknown, would be below at ground level, or below, to be accurate, the playground level?
I did understand that, but I do see that there is a conservation benefit from the proposals.
Did you also understand that the Belvedere was going to be used effectively as a service channel with some plant equipment on top of it? Did you realise that?
In the same way that I understood that one of the pavilions of the hotel proposals was to be used as an electricity substation.
Well, I don't know what you're referring to there, Mr. McMicken. I'm asking you about the Belvedere. Could you please concentrate on the question?
Sure. I think the point would be that there's a conservation benefit of revealing even part of the Belvedere, even if it is a minor benefit.
And we, in contrast, reveal the whole of the Belvedere, do we not?
From certain views, yes.
Yeah. And in addition to which, we don't bury any of it below ground or below playground level, and we don't put any plant on top of it, on the roof, do we?
I'm sorry, I don't think flues are significant plant.
Did you not hear the evidence? I can take you to the plant if necessary, that there is plant equipment on top of the Belvedere. Did you not hear that?
From Mr. Maskell?
I truthfully can't remember who it was. I'll take you to the plan if necessary, but did you not hear that?
I've looked at the drawings, the approved drawings, and I see 3 flues.
And what did you see on the roof?
I do not recall seeing plant.
Look at that and that. Well, that's being found. I assume, therefore, you've judged the matter on the basis of no plant on the roof.
I've judged the matter on the basis of the revealing of the Belvedere, sir, which is a conservation benefit.
You have that drawing before you, 710.
I do, sir, yeah.
Does that or does that not show some form of plant or equipment on the roof?
It shows 3 flues.
Come back to that plan in a moment. Could we look, please, at the design and access statement? And if you go to section 6, under the heading at the top, new building, do we there clearly see some plant and equipment on top of the Belvedere?
Sorry, I'm still catching up, Mr. Steele. Do you have a document reference for that one?
Sorry, sir.
Design and access
It's the
statement.
design and access statement 563. But we actually need that. This is the one that shows that.
Yes.
And does that clearly show some form of plant or equipment on the roof?
It shows perforated panels as stated in on the approved drawing. That's not planned.
Well, is the purpose of it to conceal the plant?
I would imagine so.
What we have is plant or plant-related equipment on the roof at a height some little distance above the existing Belvedere. Is that not so?
Yes, but I also see a larger element of the Belvedere revealed.
Let's just look at 714.
Sorry, in
CD 714. Okay. Does that not also show quite clearly a structure of some description atop the Belvedere?
Yes, sir. It also shows the Belvedere revealed.
Indeed. And can we agree that approximately 1/3 of the Belvedere will be below the height of the playground?
Which would be 2/3 more visible than the current situation. 2/3 would be visible now.
Mr. McMeekin, I realise how keen you are to support this scheme.
No, that's not true,
and
sir.
to do down hours, I understand that, but if we could just answer the questions, and I hope to get through this afternoon. Can we agree that there's 1/3 of the Belvedere below the playground level?
It appears that way.
Yeah. And in comparison with what we propose, surely the balance of advantage favours us, because we don't have 1/3 of it below the playground, and we don't have some structure associated with plant atop the roof, do we?
But you have limited views of it, and both represent conservation gains, albeit minor, because I do not consider this to be of primary significance.
No, I'm not suggesting it is, but it's a factor we need to consider, and it is quite clear, is it not, that the balance of advantage favours our proposal in relation to the Belvedere, does it not?
Well, each application is considered on its own merits, and we have looked at both and considered that there's benefits from both proposals in revealing the Belvedere.
Mr. McMeekin, I really don't want to go over old territory again, but the test at 3.47, the second limb requires a consideration as to whether there's less impact or not. Do you understand that? That's what I'm asking you about.
I do understand, yes.
So, can we agree that in relation to the Belvedere, we would have more advantage and less impact, less negative impact than the Trust proposal?
I would not consider the less impact question on isolated matters such as the Belvedere.
We've got to look at all the issues, Mr. Mr. McMeekin. Why are you so defensive about this? Can we not just please make progress, please?
Well, I simply
Can you
don't.
not accept that our proposal has an advantage? It may only be a slight one in relation to this issue. If you can't accept it, I'll move on.
Firstly, sir, I'm not defensive. You've asked me a question and I've given you my professional opinion. I think they both represent conservation gain.
Well, let's look on, please, at a bigger issue, which is the demolition proposed at or about the south facade underneath the portico.
Certainly.
And for ease of reference, could we look, please, at Mr. Taverner's proof?
AP 45, I think I've got.
That is correct, sir. And page 59 of that document. Now, do you see in that a comparison between our first scheme and the scheme proposed by the Trust in relation to demolition?
I do.
And I hope that we can agree this, in particular in relation to the area underneath the portico. Very, very much more of the original historic fabric is being removed in the Trust scheme than in our scheme.
More historic fabric is being removed, yes.
And indeed, in relation to the Trust scheme in our second proposal, the difference is even more obvious, isn't it? Because we propose even less demolition work than is shown here for Scheme 1.
I accept that.
Can we also accept this then, regardless of the question of risk that arises from that the balance of advantage would favour us, because we would clearly have less impact on the historic fabric of the A-listed building?
In the basement area, yes.
And in addition to that, was clear advice given to us by the Council at an earlier stage that it would be inappropriate for a variety of reasons to have an entrance on the south facade? Was that advice given to us?
Could you refer me to the document that was...
Yes, I can, if needs be. You sure you're not aware of that, Mr. McMeekin?
Depends on the date that it was...
Sorry, were you not advised? Were you not aware that we were advised it would be inappropriate to have an entrance from the south into the hotel for a variety of historical and setting reasons?
My understanding of that was that it related to steps from Regent Road all the way to the portico. I have no knowledge of any other proposal by the appellants to take access from Regent Road.
What is your professional judgment about the appropriateness of forming a wide entranceway into the building in that southern elevation? Do you think that is desirable or undesirable?
I don't think that's a fair question. I think it's significant and in the context of wider proposals, acceptable.
Taken in isolation, is it desirable or undesirable? It may be outbalanced by other matters, but in terms of a comparison with what we're doing, how does it rate, Mr. McMeekin?
It's different levels of impact to what you're proposing, but I cannot isolate setting and fabric into separate considerations.
Mr McMeekin, is it not obvious that it is undesirable to have a main entrance, either 8 or 11 metres wide, whichever it may be, into this building on that southern facade? Is that not less than ideal and undesirable?
It's significant.
And it's significantly adverse, isn't it?
In isolation, with no other considerations, yes.
Thank you. So from that regard, we can agree that in relation to these factors, we have less impact in relation to the southern elevation.
In isolation, with regard to the southern elevation, yes.
Thank you. And can we agree that in relation, you've already agreed in relation to the opening, but in relation to the removal of the fabric underneath the portico, that is also a significant issue as well, isn't it?
To what extent, sir?
Well, you tell me, you're the expert witness. Is that not a significant issue, Mr McMeekin? Pardon?
Sorry. Not in terms of the character of the building, no.
You don't see that it removes a significant part of the historic fabric and the catacombs and the likes that lie beneath there. You don't see that?
I see a basement area. I've been down there a number of times, which is of interest, but of secondary interest. I also see that it is designed to bring the building back into use.
And the trust proposals involve, do they not, internally subdividing a number of rooms in a way that we do not intend to do? Is that not correct? I can go to the precise detail in the plan if necessary.
That would be useful. On upper ground floor are we referring to, or?
Do I need to take you to the plans to make this point, Mr McMeekin? If needs be, we will.
I would prefer it if you did.
Right. Well, it'll take a moment or two. Right, let's get 707. What number is it? 29th. Here's 30. File 30. Please, at CD 707 and 708. And I simply invite you to confirm, Mr McMeekin, after you've had an adequate chance to look at these, that in both plans the intention is to subdivide rooms in the main Hamilton building at both levels. And if I may assist, let me take you to 708. And in the east wing, is that subdivided, the main room, into 3 classrooms?
It appears to have 3 classrooms in it, yes. It's not clear from that proposed drawing whether that is a proposal or existing, but from recollection it is a proposal.
Do we gain any assistance in that by looking at the legend on the plan as to what it is, Mr McMeekan? You're the expert, I'm not, but maybe that might help us.
Well, I've looked at the basement level and there's no subdivision proposed. There's existing spaces retained and reused. So, and you've pointed out both drawings. So, I would normally look at existing and proposed. My recollection is that that is subdivision, yes.
That is aided because what the plan actually shows is proposed space, isn't it? This is the proposed use. Sorry.
Yes, sir. It's a proposed use, but I think the drawings are unclear as to what elements are new and what elements are existing.
Well, you've been in the building, I can't remember if it was dozens of times, but many times anyway, Mr McMeekan. Can you assist us, please? That eastern wing, is that subdivision or not?
From recollection, that is subdivision, yes.
You know that perfectly well, don't you? Now,
from recollection, I couldn't definitively say without an existing drawing in front of me.
Thank you. Could we look, please, at the lower ground, west wing? Is there or is there not subdivision identified there?
No, I don't believe there is.
Let me try that one again. On the west wing, I see head of guidance, who's got 22 metres, head of something or other, 22 metres, and the bursar's office, always important at 22 metres. Is that so?
Yes, sir, but on the other document you've drawn my attention to, Appeal Scheme 1 shows Downtaking's demolition plan drawing, which shows those spaces being removed. So I don't believe that's subdivision.
I'm looking at the proposed lower ground drawing 707.
I have that, but also there's an existing drawing in the other document you referred me to called Appeal Scheme 1 Demolition Plan, which shows the existence of those spaces and their removal. So I don't think that's subdivision by the trust scheme. I think it's existing space that's being retained by the trust scheme. And your proposals remove those spaces.
Which better restores the building, the main Hamilton building, to its original size, shape, form, Mr McMeekan?
Oh, I don't dispute that that's the case in terms of the hotel proposal.
So do we agree that if one is interested in restoration of the building to its original form, the balance of advantage favours us and we have less impact?
I agree.
Thank you. So far as the rear retaining wall is concerned, by which I mean the north retaining wall, we intend to expose it over its entire length, do we not?
You do.
And much of it, I think the vast majority actually, but a great deal of it in any event, will be covered up as a result of the Trust's proposals.
Yes, I accept that.
Can we agree that the balance of advantage in relation to the north retaining wall also favours us?
In relation to the north retaining wall, yes.
Thank you. The Trust scheme also inserts building between the north facade and the retaining wall, whereas we do not. Can we agree that that affects the setting of the north face of the main Hamilton building and the temple?
I think I acknowledged that in my report to committee. Yes,
you do indeed. But can we agree again that that actually is quite a significant issue and one that favours us?
I would agree that that is an issue, yes.
Thank you. Can we go back, please, to the design and access statement, if I can find it, for the Trust proposals? It's back to the same page, document number, sir.
563.
563, thank you. Back to the same page with the Belvedere with the plant-related equipment on top.
I have that.
You got the same page?
The new building?
In section
6. Yes, I have that.
Now, I'd now like to ask you about the south and east retaining wall. Does it appear that on the south and east retaining wall, the Trust intend to have glass or glazing on top of it?
In the design and access statement, I agree with that. On the approved plans, I'm not sure that is the case.
Okay, well, we'll come to the approved plans in a moment then, but can you just get out the approved plan? Let's just proceed with the design and access statement meantime, because there are other points I want to take from that. That wall is A-listed by virtue of being in the curtilage, etc., isn't it?
Yes.
And on this, we can see that the north facade of that southern retaining wall will be entirely concealed. Is that correct?
Yes, but that would be the case at the moment.
Well, is it the case at the moment, Mr. McMeekin?
There are buildings located against both retaining walls, both parts of the retaining walls, sir.
Over its entire length?
Not the full length, no.
No. Right. So the Trust proposal, concentrate on my questions. I know you're not happy with them, but if we can just concentrate on them. So far as the entire length of that wall is concerned, which may be around 75 metres, at a guess, the entire north face of the southern retaining wall will disappear to view. It'll be encapsulated, won't it?
Yes, with the caveat that you can only really see it if you're in this site currently anyway.
Yeah. And so far as the south facade of that wall is concerned, do you know what the intention is?
Are we all looking at the same plan?
Which plan are you looking at?
I have 707 and 708, or are you looking? 707 and 708.
I'll get these in front of me as well then.
Is there something else?
Must be on the table then.
Do you have something different, Mr. Steele?
We're a bit strong on plans here, I'm afraid. Which plan are you looking at?
I have
707 and I've lost 708 if that's...
I have 707, if that...
Oh, got it. Right. Okay. 707, right. I think we can agree for this, and we may have agreed this already. So far as the north and east facade inside that wall is concerned, it will disappear to view. or not be in view, as the case may be.
I don't read that from the design and access statement. There will be elements that will be in view.
Okay, where are they then, please?
Is that not the retaining wall running from the Belvedere behind the new school building?
Well, are you looking at the design and access statement, or are you looking at the plan?
Well, either.
Right. Okay. So what do you say we are going to see of the southern retaining wall from an area to the south?
It seems to me that you would see it above the playground area. From these drawings and that design and access statement, it suggests that an element of it will be visible behind the playground to the north.
The area to the north. What about the area southeast and south? That part of the retaining wall, 75 metres in length, which was what I was really asking you about.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about the one behind the building.
No, I'm talking about the southern retaining wall, which curves around to the east, at the east end a little bit, which is about 75 metres long. What happens to that?
What would happen, or how that wall would be viewed from out with the site rather than inside the site?
Well, actually, sir, either. I'm happy to take it either way. From inside the site, will it be visible at all, Mr. McMeekan?
No.
And from outside the site, will it be visible at all?
To me, it looks like it would be, sir.
That's your understanding of it, is that right?
Based on the plans in front of me, yes.
Could we turn the page, please, then? And if I can, just to save time, read to you the bottom 3 lines of the next page. On the east side of the residential buildings, we propose to remodel Hamilton's retaining wall from an inclined ashlar to horizontal ashlar, and similarly continue the strip of glazing on top of this in the same manner as that on the south retaining wall. Does that not mean that the intention is, and whether you've approved this or not, I've no idea, to cover that wall over with horizontal ashlar? And is that not precisely what we see on the drawing in the design and access statement?
In the design and access statement, it says that. I do not see reference to that on the approved plans.
And if the design and access statement is accurate, that means the wall, as is, will disappear from view as well, because it will be covered by a veneer of horizontal ashlar.
No, because it's not on the approved plans.
No, Mr. Just a step at a time, just so I can understand it. If the design and access statement is to be believed, that would be the effect of it. Is that correct?
That is information that is contained in a design and access statement, yes.
Can we establish how this is dealt with in the plans? Have you looked at this wall?
On site?
Well, absolutely on site, yes.
Yes, sir.
Do you believe it be possible to build off that wall?
I am not a structural engineer.
How do the plans tell us, or what do the plans tell us about how this will be achieved? If we go back to 707, or any other plan you want to, can you tell us how this is going to be achieved and what effect it will have on that A-listed retaining wall?
From that plan, the retaining wall is retained. I am not an architect or a structural engineer.
Plan, which plan is that? Is that
the one? Yes, 707, the one you referred me to, sir. It looks to me like the retaining wall is retained and a building is built behind it. Now, I am not a structural engineer and I am not an architect, so I am the wrong person to ask about whether that is actually an achievable solution.
No, I accept that, but I can ask you about the plans which you have been party to approving. And you say that this shows that the building is inside the retaining wall, and is it hard up against it?
Yes, that would be my reading of it.
So may we assume that a new wall will be built inside it? I'm not sure if this is what the plan shows or not, but could you tell me?
It certainly looks like there's a new wall built on the inside of the retaining wall.
That means that that wall will disappear from view, certainly from the northern side, because it will be behind or inside the building or whatever.
Yes, I accept that.
A significant impact on the setting of that A-listed wall, won't it, having a building hard up against it?
I think that's another issue of secondary importance, sir. I thought we were talking about the setting on the primary heritage asset.
I'm interested in all the little details because they'll all come together, Mr McMeekin. Can we agree that this will involve a significant impact on the setting of that A-listed wall?
As a little detail, I agree that it would. I don't necessarily agree with you on the issue of setting. No, I agree that there's an impact on the building.
Have you often described effects of covering up an A-listed structure as a little detail, Mr McMeekin? Is that the way you look at matters that are of A-listed status?
No, sir. I look at things in the round and balance all the positive benefits and the adverse impacts. And I would accept that this is an impact, but the weight placed on it, I would say you have inflated.
I haven't placed any weight on it yet. It'll be a matter for the reporters, Mr McMeekin. But can we agree this, to wrap up this particular issue, that insofar as this wall is concerned, the advantage favours us because we don't encapsulate the wall, we don't cover it up in the inside and express an intention, whether it's ever going to happen or not, I'm not clear, of covering it up on the outside as well.
No, I disagree with you. Your building is much more visible in this from Regent Road looking up to that. So I do not agree that you have a positive impact on setting in comparison to this scheme in this location.
Mr McMeekin, I know what you're, the points you're keen to get across, but really, with respect, wasn't my question. In relation to this A-listed wall, given what we've just discussed about, and only the A-listed wall, surely the advantage must favour us, because we do not touch that wall, and in comparison, the trust proposal build hard up against it, at the very least, along its entire southern and partly along its eastern boundary.
On that point, I will accept that.
Thank you. So, Mr Meakin, in relation to the trust proposals and the HESP test as to which has less impact, insofar as all the items I've put to your concern, can we agree that to a greater or lesser extent, and some attract more weight than others, obviously, we will have less impact?
Are we going on to consider all the other elements, or is this...
I'm asking about all the elements that I have considered with you so far in the last half an hour or so.
I would accept that on those points.
If you just bear with me, Mr McMeekin. No further questions. Thank you very much, Mr McMeekin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Steele. I'm trying to remember if I've got any questions left now. Do you have anything immediately? No. Can we just take a 5-minute break, please, and then I'll come back to you whether there's anything I want to ask. Thank you for a moment now. Mr. Steele finished quicker than I thought. Grateful for that. Okay, the only thing left from my questioning is to revisit the considerations that, or in fact, paragraph 3.47 of the HES PS guidance. And the first thing I wanted to ask you, Mr. McMeekin, is in the event that we were to recommend or ministers were to decide that there was no adverse impact on the special interest of any building, I suppose, a listed building, how would we then apply, in your view, 3.47?
My reading of 3.47 is that it's only relevant if you come to a conclusion that there is an adverse or significant adverse impact.
Thank you. Did you, I've not seen it anywhere, but just so in case I've missed it, did you consider 3.47C when reviewing Scheme 1 for the appeal in the light of Scheme 2? Does that make any sense? Did you consider Scheme 2 as an option for the site in the light of Scheme 1? Sorry, Scheme 1 in the light of Scheme 2?
I think all applications were considered on their own merits.
Yes, but I'm looking at the application of 3.47. C, which says whether there are other options which would ensure a continuing beneficial use for the building with less impact on its special interest. In your view, should we consider that in terms of when we're looking at Scheme 1, should we consider whether Scheme 2 is another option? Did you anywhere consider that? If you didn't consider that, that's fine. I've not seen anything.
I'm a little confused by the question.
Okay, we have a Scheme 1, which is one option for the development of the site. Scheme 2 is another option. If we were to conclude that either would ensure a continuing beneficial use, would one have less impact than the other? Did you consider that?
No, I did not.
Okay, that's fine. You've answered that. That's all I have, thank you. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, sir. Mr. McMeekin, just going back to the first of the reporter's questions to you just now, it was in the context of 3.47 and the introductory wording to 3.47. And as I noted it, the question was on the basis of if there was no adverse impact on any listed building. Now, is any listed building the wording used at the beginning of 347?
No, sir, it says of the building.
And how do you interpret the building?
To be the Hamilton building.
I'm sorry, sir, I don't know if you wanted to revisit that question or if I misunderstood your question.
I'm not sure, but my intention was not to limit it to one building because we may be assessing other buildings. So certainly in the case of the Hamilton building, but that might equally be applied if one's looking at another listed building and applying the test. That's all I'm saying.
So, Mr. McMeekin, how did you interpret 3.47, the introductory wording, whether it applies just to the building that's the subject of the application, or to any listed building that might be affected?
I applied it to the Hamilton building only.
And just one other matter, while we've got the HESP guidance in front of us. You were asked a question about your approach to the application, and I think you referred to the Managing Change publications, or one of them, and then it was put to you that this page that we're looking at, page 35 of HESP's, is entitled Determination of Applications. First of all, what applications were you directly considering?
The application for listed building consent.
And could you just remind us what your role was in the planning applications?
As a member of the team, advising Ms Parks on issues relating to the listed buildings and conservation area.
Thank you. And if we wanted to understand what page 35 was concerned with and its relationship to the Managing Change series, could we do worse than look at the introduction on page 28, paragraph 3.1, which contains the introduction to the chapter where 3.47 lies, and how all this guidance fits together and applies.
Sorry, was that a question?
Well, would we find guidance in this paragraph about the meaning and application of page 35?
I wouldn't object to a leading question at this stage in the afternoon.
Very kind.
Yes, we would, sir.
And does this paragraph contain an explanation of the relationship between the HESP guidance and the Managing Change series in the context of what we're interested in Chapter 3?
Yes, it does.
Thank you very much, Mr McMeekin. Thank you, Sir, and to my learned friend.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson, and thank you, Mr. McMeekin. I think that's probably us for the day. So we'll resume again tomorrow at 10 o'clock, unless there's anything anyone wants to mention just now. Oh, actually, I might mention something. Oh, no. Dealt with. Sorry, anybody? Thank you very much, then.